Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to our City Council meeting. Today is Tuesday, January 19th, 2021, approximately 1 p.m. Before we have our Pledge of Allegiance, I'm going to ask you to please rise for a brief moment of silence as we reflect back on the brave men and women of the United States Armed Forces as they keep our interests safe around the globe, as well as the courageous men and women of the Las Cruces Police Department and the Las Cruces Fire Department as they keep our city safe 24/7, 365. And then also for Mr. Brian Sinek, the U.S. Capitol Police officer killed on January 6th. Councilor Sorg, if you join me in the pledge, please. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You guys can hear me, right? Okay. All right, so now we're going to go to the pets of the week. Jennifer Martinez from our communications office will introduce Twig, I think.
Twig, yes, and Samara. Let me see if I can find them for you. Okay, are you able to see Twig?
No.
Yeah.
Unless he's so thin,
There we
can't
go.
see him.
Sometimes they disappear from my screen.
Now we can.
There we go. Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I am Jennifer Martinez with the city's communications office. And today I'd like you to meet Twig first. Twig loves to take silly photos, as you can see. He loves to take walks, and he gets really excited when he sees the leash. He does get along with other dogs, and he is really looking forward to being your BFF, which he considers your best furry friend. And then we have Samara. Samara is shy but sassy. She loves to be pet and purrs extra loud. She plays hard to get at first, but when she does get comfortable, she loves all of the attention. She would love to be your perfect match. One of the things I like about working remotely sometimes is I get to have my furry friend. His name is Buddy. He's helping me look up some information at the ASCMV's website, ascmv.org, where you would go to find some information on adoptions. You can go to that website, ascmv.org/adoptions. The cost of your adoption is $25. Go ahead and look for an animal number and call to make an appointment. That number is 382-0018 to go visit with this pet that you might be interested in. Again, offsite adoption events are canceled until further notice. If you are interested in donating some items that you have available lying around the house, the Animal Service Center is looking for kennels or crates, dog blankets, regular blankets, collars, leashes, towels, and you can drop those off during normal hours of operation. And if they are closed, you can go ahead and leave them at the door. The communications office also brings you information about COVID-19. We like this opportunity because we have a widespread audience. So if you're interested in the vaccine, who should get it? If you go to our Facebook page, it's facebook.com/City of Las Cruces Government, you can find out some of these FAQs and their answers. So like, are they safe? What are the side effects? Are they required? And what if I already had COVID? You can find those answers right here on the Facebook page. You will see exactly what you're seeing right now, so you don't have to write it down. Go right to our Facebook page, and all that information is available for you there. Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you. Have a great afternoon.
Thanks, Jennifer. Now we're going to go to Jobs of the Week, and I see both Darlene and Cindy are on, so I don't know who wants to do the Jobs of the Week.
Good afternoon. Okay. I might as well.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Darlene Lopez for the record. So the jobs for the week, we have Fleet Maintenance Service Rider, and that's for the City of Las Cruces, and that closes on 2/2/21. We have a Dialysis Patient Care Technician, and that's for Renal Care Inc., and that closes on 2/6/21. We have Systems Analyst Department, New Mexico Water Resource Research Institute at NMSU, and this position closes on 1/20 of 21. We have a resident monitor, and this is with Dismas Charities, Inc., and that closes April 8th of 2021. And we have construction materials project manager with Taracon Consultants and subsidiaries, and that closes on 4/8 of 2021. For more information about internships and job opportunities, you can visit us at employinm.com or governmentjobs.com/careers/Las Cruces. And if you have any questions or would like to contact our local office, you may reach us at 575-524-6250. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much, Darlene. So as far as any official presentations of certificates or appreciation or proclamations, we have none, although I would like to read one that I did yesterday for the Martin Luther King Day. I know Councilor Bencomo was there, so she got a chance to hear it, but I'm sure she won't mind hearing it one more time. So this was on behalf of the City Council. Whereas Martin Luther King MLK Day is an opportunity to reflect upon past victories and our current socio-economic challenges, including a pandemic which has disproportionately taken the lives of minorities, and a cycle of racial unrest which has compelled us to look for solutions. And whereas this unprecedented climate of social unrest calls for a community that should defer to the wisdom and guidance of slain civil rights leader Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and whereas MLK Day reminds us that we can follow in the footsteps of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and work to eliminate all forms of violence and injustice. And whereas the theme for 2021 MLK Day is We Are Done Dying. And whereas the Doña Ana County NAACP recognizes the turmoil that has impacted our country and the importance of working together for the benefit of all citizens, MLK Day is an opportunity for our citizens to denounce racism and violence in all of its forms. And whereas we echo the sentiments of Dr. King, who stated in his own words, quote, "There is no longer a choice between violence and nonviolence. It is either nonviolence or non-existence," end quote. Now, therefore, we, the mayor and city council of the city of Las Cruces, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim Monday, January 18, 2021 as, quote, 2021 Martin Luther King Day, end quote, and encourage our citizens to unite in solidarity and to practice the principles of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in our own lives, attested to by our city clerk, Christine Rivera, and myself, Ken Miyagishima. And with that, I'm going to go to the conflict of interest statement. This is where I'll ask if any member of the city council, city manager, or any member of city staff has any known conflict of interest on any item on the agenda.
None.
None, Mayor.
None.
Okay, we have two letters for now we're going to go to public participation, and I have two letters that I'd like to read. The first one says, "Dear Mayor and Honorable City Councilors, we read KRWG's article about your review of the city's UTV ordinance and would like to add another perspective as you again take up this issue. We believe the ordinance allowing UTVs on city streets places our delicate Rio Grande and Chihuahuan desert ecosystems at greater risk because of the ease of access to fragile landscapes in both city and county. Instead of trailering to a location, UTV users can now just veer off the road and into the desert or riverbed. As an example, on Saturday, January 9th, several of us, Elaine, Dominic, Micaela, and Nigel, were at the south end of La Llorona Park in Mesilla, and at Calle del Norte Bridge, 7 UTVs drove through bushes that are along the river, down the bank, and onto the riverbed, only to find dogs and kids playing and couples walking. Fortunately, they did not try to drive through or around them. However, they drove through the bushes and up the bank on the other side of the river to go somewhere else. Besides riverbank erosion, the UTVs cause bushes and banks along the river are home to birds and mammals. Puddles in the river provide food and safety for wading and migratory birds. Sure, outdoor recreation is important, and not everyone enjoys the outdoors in the same way, but the majority of the people do not use UTVs or ATVs. Someone out recreating by walking or bird watching is not going to bother the off-roader, other than create an obstacle, hopefully to be missed. but after a UTV has gone through the river or the desert spewing noise and pollution and often loud music, the silence is broken. The birds have disappeared and the wildlife has run away. As you review the UTV ordinance, please remember the many recreational users of the land besides the vocal UTV, ATV contingency, as well as the potential for environmental damage caused by UTVs. Thank you for your attention, respectfully. And they all live in Las Cruces. I don't want to read their specific address. I'll just read their name in Las Cruces. Elaine Simon, Las Cruces. Reina Cota, Las Cruces. Micaela Wenman, Las Cruces. C. Donovan Bailey, Las Cruces. Nigel Holman, Las Cruces. And Ashley Curry, Las Cruces. Also have one more. This is on the public bank comment. This one's a little bit longer. This is from Jed Fanning. Honorable Las Cruces City Councilors, for consideration at your City Council meeting today, please accept my comments in opposition to the proposed resolution by the City Council of Las Cruces urging the New Mexico State Legislature to establish a state public bank. And he breaks it down into paragraphs. So this one here is community banks meet the needs of New Mexico consumers and small business daily. New Mexico community banks have 220 locations throughout the state, providing critical financial products to New Mexicans. Community banks provide 60% of all small business loans and more than 80% of all agriculture loans. Deposits are kept local and support community economic development. In times of need, community banks demonstrated their willingness and ability to support their customers that rely on them for credit and funding needs. As financial first responders, New Mexico community banks approved and distributed close to 9,500 small business loans totaling over $1.2 billion through the Paycheck Protection Program. And over 23,000 PPP loans totaling more than $2.6 billion in funding were provided to New Mexico small businesses. Of all the PPP loans funded in New Mexico, the largest portion came from community banks. New Mexico community banks have adequate liquidity and are ready to lend on any economic development project or to any qualifying small business that needs funding. As of June 30th, 2020, New Mexico community banks had a 62.23% loan to deposit ratio. This means that there is over $5 billion in available liquidity for lending purposes from community banks. New Mexico community banks are invested in their communities. They are involved in community programs, community development projects, and participate and assist in financial literacy programs to help propel their communities forward. Now here's another paragraph here. What market failures or gaps exist that would require the formation of a public bank? Question mark. A response, there has not been a demonstrated public policy need supporting the creation of a public bank in New Mexico. There is no need for additional liquidity and no shortage of community bank locations to serve New Mexico consumers and small businesses. Advocates of a public bank suggest the entity could serve as a banker's bank and partner with community banks. There are no less than 6 private institutions filling that role currently, and no expansion is needed to fully service the community bank's industry's needs for customers in New Mexico. Another paragraph is, what significant downsides of creating a public bank currently exist? Question mark. Directing state or local deposits away from community banks will lessen, not increase, the lending capacity of our banks across the state of New Mexico and could jeopardize the safety and soundness of the institutions by transferring public deposits away from these local institutions. Capitalizing a public bank will divert needed state revenues from more immediate needs that have been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Expansion of early childhood education, along with drastically needed broadband infrastructure improvements in all areas of the state for remote learning and economic development purposes, could be negatively impacted. A public bank would pose significant risk. Corporate governance would be a concern, which could expose the bank to political and financial risk. Without a chartering authority, a public bank would lack regulatory oversight, unlike community banks that are examined for safety and soundness and compliance with national and local laws by federal and state regulatory agencies. Our banks are safe and secure. Constitutional and regulatory prohibitions present substantive hurdles that will be difficult, if not impossible, and costly to overcome. The New Mexico Constitution contains a provision, Article 9, Section 14, referred to as the Anti-Donation Clause, which limits the state directly or indirectly lending or pledging its credit or making any donation to or in aid of any person, association, or public or private corporation, or in aid of any public or private enterprise. The likelihood of a public bank receiving access to the Federal Reserve Payment System or deposit insurance from the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation or the FDIC is practically nil. Without access to the Federal Reserve Payment System, a public bank would be severely limited in its abilities to process payments in a timely manner or have access to the Fed's short-term liquidity funding program that federally insured institutions are granted. Safety and security of public funds would be dependent upon the full faith and credit of the state of New Mexico. Without FDIC deposit insurance, any failure or loss would have to be made up by the general fund dollars or other tax revenues. There are currently several quasi or governmental agencies in New Mexico that provide access to lower cost funding for community infrastructure improvements, economic development projects, public safety equipment, affordable housing, and hospital equipment purchases. Some might serve as bond agents or as the funding agency for local projects. Among these entities are the State Treasurer's Office, the New Mexico Economic Development Department, the New Mexico Finance Authority, the New Mexico Mortgage Finance Authority, the New Mexico Small Business Investment Corporation, New Mexico Hospital Equipment Loan Council, and the State Investment Council. Lastly, I would point to the Friday, January 15th article in the Las Cruces Bulletin regarding the public bank idea. It is authored by a non-banker and respected local economist, Chris Erickson. In addition to other observations and valid points, he references that a valid decision or reason for creating a public bank would be to provide funding for profitable businesses that otherwise would go unfunded. And he is of the opinion that this is not a current problem. New Mexico is well served by strong community banking industry and public banks that have been put in place by the New Mexico legislature. There's no justification for a public bank. Respectfully submitted, Jed Fanning, President and CEO of Citizens Bank. Okay, so that takes care of that. And now we're going to go to acceptance of the agenda.
Mayor, sorry, excuse me,
Yes?
if I may. Last week during the work session, there were two public comment that were given to me by Christine, but they didn't relate to the topics at hand, and I'm hoping that I can read them off.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
Okay. It says, hello, I thought the council had passed a dark skies ordinance some years back, but more and more intensely bright exterior lights seem to be appearing despite this. What happened to that good intention? What can I, as an individual, do about glaring floodlights that neighbors put up that invade my space, which I do not want lit up like a football field? I greatly appreciate some information about lighting restrictions, requirements in our fair town. Thank you, Kathy Boyker.
We did about 10 years ago. In fact, and much to his credit, Oscar Andrade from Pickwick, for the most part, had to rechange almost all his lights. And so that they don't, because they used to be a lot brighter and they used to glare off into the night. But anyways, I just thought I'd share that. It's about 2009.
You're wondering if we could give to Jamie Rickman? And
Sure, of course, absolutely.
okay, all right. And then the last one is, hello, I thought the council had passed, oh no, I read that already, sorry. This is an email to Mandy Gus. She thought it would be a nice message worth sharing at council meeting. It says, Miss Gus, I'm finding it difficult to submit my compliments in the city's website, so we'll just send them to you. In the past few years, but particularly in the recent past, I have submitted comments or complaints regarding various issues, from homes in my neighborhood with an excess of weeds to debris on the public right-of-way on a city street, Spruce and parentheses, to comments about the condition of a park in my neighborhood, Via Encantada Park. In every case, the response from city employees was almost immediate, and the situations were always corrected promptly, sometimes within 1 or 2 days. This speaks very well to the quality of the city's workforce and how well they perform their duties. Please feel free to forward this to whomever you choose. Thank you, Janet McQueen.
Very nice. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
You're
Okay, and so now we're going to go to acceptance of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilor.
I'd like to pull 6.4 off just for a couple questions.
If that's it, I need a motion in a second.
I'll move to accept the agenda with that change.
second, Gandara.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Mayor Pro Tem Gondara. Christine? To accept the agenda as with item 6.4 for discussion.
This is on the motion to accept the agenda with the removal of item 6.4 for discussion. Councilor Bettis-Duvey,
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez,
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo,
Yes.
Councilor Sorg,
Yes.
Councilor Flores,
Yes.
Councilor Gandara,
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Okay, so we'll go to 6.4, Resolution 21-103.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Vasquez. Councilor Sorg, you had a couple questions, so you didn't want a presentation, you just had a couple questions?
No, presentation is not necessary. Thank you, Mayor. For one thing, I was wondering if this contract that we're talking about here, if that went through the procurement process with an RFP, if I could just explain a little bit, because I couldn't understand it from the past.
Oh, you muted yourself, Councilor, accidentally.
Let's unmute me for good here. I was doing it temporary on the space bar for a while and then I moved. Yeah, so can someone, Mr. Lee, is that your name? Could you
Yes,
ask
sir. Ms. Liu.
about the procurement process?
Yes, sir. Thank you for the question, sir. My name is Chen Yu Alex Liu with Purchasing Section. Thank you for the question. This procurement goes through as utilizing a corporate procurement agreement. It's a contract for Sourcewell. Let me read the contract.
Okay,
It's a Sourcewell contract number 051017-CPI. Access this corporate procurement agreement allows the city to access volume discounts, administrative cost savings, and time savings. After talking to the end user department, we saw that accessing this procurement is the best approach. This procurement is leased to by a Sourcewell IFP, so it's competitive procured.
sole source.
The name of the corporate procurement is Sourcewell. It's formerly known as a National Joint Power Alliances. It combines the buying power of more than 50,000 government entities and public education agencies, so
Okay.
that people can get discounted pricing.
Yeah, okay, that sounds familiar. We've done that before with other things. Okay, that's fine. And then I wanted to know, there's existing charging stations on our plaza and also over at the Johnson Park next door. And I was wondering if those charging stations are going to remain there, and we'll just add more charging stations to those locations with this contract?
Sure. Thank you for the question. I will defer this question to Lisa LaRock, which is our end user department and project lead.
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor, Councilors. This is Lisa LaRock, the Sustainability Officer for the City of Las Cruces. And the answer to your question, Councilor Sorg, is that we will be replacing those existing chargers for both consistency and for more power. Right now, we have a charger that only is 20 volt, and when we put the charge point chargers on, it'll be 40 volt, which will will expedite charging. And there's also throughout the 8 places that we're going to be posting placing the chargers, we will be including a cost for charging, and that is representative of the rate that is there. So we wanted to be consistent with all of our services and are putting them, and that's why we're placing the ones at Johnston Park and the Plaza. And to add to Alex's comments about Sourcewell, because of our membership with Climate Mayors, they have arranged for a national pricing that is not only competitive, but the lowest price for EV chargers and electric vehicles. And that's why we pursued it through them.
My goodness, you anticipated my next question and answer already. So people that will use these charging stations, they will have to pay for the charge then, right?
That's
completely.
Mayor, Councilor Sorg, that is correct. As we speak, El Paso Electric is developing an electric vehicle charging rate that is very much attached to time of use. So if you charge between 8 in the morning till 1 in the afternoon, it's about 5 cents. If you charge between 1 and 7 p.m., it's 30 cents. And if you charge from midnight, there's another period between 7 and midnight where it's 5 cents. And then from midnight to 7 a.m., it's less than a penny. So we need to have that latitude about charging different rates as we can with ChargePoint to reflect the time of use rates that EPE is proposing on collecting.
Very, very well. Thank you so much, Lisa. And thank you for that information. It's very interesting. Thank you, Mayor. I'm finished.
Okay, thank you, Councilor. Okay, see no more questions. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve resolution 21-103. Councilor Beta-Stuvey?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes, yes. I was just smiling. Looks like Councilor Vasquez, Councilor Sorg, and myself were wearing the same shirt. So kind of interesting. Never happened before. All right, we're going to go to 7.1, Resolution 21-104.
Move to approve.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Vasquez, second by Councilor Sorg. The Blue Shirt Boys, and let's see what else. Who's going to be talking? Matt Sines.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me share my screen for you. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So good afternoon, Mayor, members of Council, administration. For the record, my name is Matthew Sines. I'm the Senior Budget Analyst with the Budget Office, and today I will be presenting the proposed budget adjustments for fiscal year 2021 for January. So with these budget adjustments, there are no new programs or policy initiatives. The adjustments are focused on compliance and alignment. So today we'll review the budget request from the Utilities Department. Also with me today, I have Public Works Director, Mr. David Cedillo. He'll discuss the capital improvement program. And overall, what we're trying to accomplish today is to apply best practice. Now, before we get started, I just want to point out that the amounts we are requesting today are located in the column with yellow text. Also, we're letting you know what type of transaction we're processing with the letter that follows the amount. So those letters stand for E for expense, R for revenue, and T for transfer, as you can see on our legend at the bottom of the screen. So let's go ahead and get started. So Fund 5100 Utility Shared Services is requesting $460,000 for additional operating. The additional operating will go to supplies, professional services, and temporary employment services. Fund 5160, Shared Services, is requesting 94,000, close to 95,000 for depreciation expense. Fund 5200, Gas, is requesting 585,000, which makes up a depreciation expense of 470,000. Also temporary employment services of 115,000. Fund 5260, Gas, is requesting to budget depreciation expense at 71,000. Fund 5300, Water, is requesting 737,000, which we have depreciation and amortized interest at 258,000. We also have some operating at 478,000. The additional operating will go to supplies, equipment rental, repair and maintenance, and professional services. Fund 5301, Water, is budgeting amortized interest at 30,000. 5320, we're also budgeting amortized interest at 25,000. Fund 5360, Water, we're budgeting depreciation expense at 126,000. Fund 5360, we're also transferring 51,000 from Wastewater Fund 5460 for some rolling stock equipment that was purchased under water. Also on Fund 5460, Wastewater, we're decreasing expenditures by 25,000. And this is because we are budgeting for depreciation of 25,000. However, we are reducing the rolling stock expenditure by 51,000. This was originally budgeted under wastewater. So 5400 Wastewater is requesting 781,000 for depreciation expense of 728,000. Also some additional operating at 53,200. And this will also go to supplies, professional services, and temporary employment services. Fund 5401, Wastewater, is budgeting amortized interest at 12,000. 5420, also amortized interest at 18,000. Fund 5500, Solid Waste, we're budgeting revenues of $500,000 for recycling fees. We're also budgeting expenditures of $15,234 for operating of $15,000, which will go to temporary employment services. They're experiencing some staffing shortages due to COVID-19, and also budgeting depreciation expense of $234. Lastly, Fund 5560 Solid Waste, we're budgeting $163,000 for depreciation expense. With that, I want to thank you for your time, and I'm going to turn it over to Mr. David Cedillo to discuss the CIP. Thank you. David?
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you, Matt. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. David Cedillo, Public Works Director, and I will be going over the CIP amendments as part of this budget adjustment. So what you have here on the first page are all new projects within Parks and Rec that are being added to the CIP, and I will read those for the record. We have Albert Johnson Park Master Plan, Frank O'Brien Papin Center Flooring, Mearshite Recreation Center Fitness Room Flooring, Tony Gomez Park Master Plan, and the Women's Veterans Monument Lighting Repairs. The other amendments that we have are in utilities with the gas development for the low and high pressure amendment. This is for revising budget to actuals. For gas SCADA in the utilities department, again, we're revising the budget to meet actuals. And same as for the last item, which is the gas street utility rehabilitation. And with that, both Matt and I are available to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks, David. Any questions? Councilor Sorg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, David. Oh, I had it right here. Matt, for that presentation and all. I was wondering, those CIP projects, you didn't put down any amounts of money. Are those projects don't need any money, or what's going on?
Mayor, Councilor Sorg, David Cedillo, Public Works Director. Those projects are being placed on the CIP with available budget from the Department Parks and Rec. And I will go ahead and defer to Kathy Matthews for specifics on the amount of funding.
Thank you, David. This is Kathy Matthews, landscape architect with the Parks and Recreation Department. Those projects are currently funded through operations with operations dollars. We have, they are on the CIP and have for future dates. And now that we have found some operations dollars, we'll be able to move forward in at least partial way with each of those projects.
Okay, I just am surprised that they're on the CIP if there's operations. I'm just thought CIP was just for projects that are, I would just say it, that are,
They're new?
well, yeah, new, but also for projects that were capital improvements. In other words, some long-range projects. I didn't know operations and maintenance was on the CIP list. I'm getting confused is all. But they're okay, they're fine. I'm not questioning whether we should do it or not. Just as long as you found the money okay without shorting something else. That's all. Thank you, Mayor. That's all I have.
Councilor Sorg, Mr. Mayor, this is Kathy Matthews. Yeah, each of these are our capital projects. They're capital improvement projects, meaning they're valued above a certain amount and they are resulting in improvements that will last a long period of time for capital. That qualify them as capital projects over 10 years. And so they do qualify as capital improvements, which is why they are on the CIP, no matter where the funding may come from.
Okay, I understand. Thank you very much, Kathy. Thank you, Mayor.
Mhm, sure. Doesn't look like anybody else. With that, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve resolution 21-104. Councilor Beta-Stuvey,
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez,
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo,
Yes.
Councilor Sorg,
Yes.
Councilor Flores,
Yes.
Councilor Sandra,
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Okay, now we're going to go to resolution 21-105. A motion, a second.
Move to approve.
Second, Bencomo.
Motion made by Councilor Vasquez, second by Councilor Bencomo, and looks like Will Blanchard will be discussing.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. William Blanchard, Budget Analyst. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes. Yes.
The resolution before you is to accept 6 new and to adjust the budget and the CIP. Quality of Life is receiving the New Mexico State Library grants and aid in the amount of $8,145. This funding can be used for library staff, professional development, library equipment, and other operating expenses. This is the first of 2 payments, and an amendment will be brought to council to accept the second payment. Police is receiving the Edward Byrne Memorial Grant Federal Fiscal Year 20 from the Bureau of Justice Assistance in the amount of $32,570. This funding will be used to purchase a skills and judgment training simulator system. Quality of Life is receiving Meals on Wheels COVID-19 Response Fund Round 3 High Risk States Grant in the amount of $50,000. This funding will help senior programs cover the cost of shelf-stable and frozen meals for homebound seniors, as well as cover increased food costs during the pandemic. There is no match for any of these 3 grants. Economic Development is receiving LEDA funding for La Sen Inc. in the amount of $750,000. The city is contributing $400,000 in LEDA funds, which is being transferred from the Hold Harmless GRT fund for a total of $1,150,000. This funding will be used by LACEN Inc. for the development of a production and headquarter facility in Las Cruces. LACEN will create 79 full-time jobs at this facility by 12/31/2026. Public Works is receiving the New Mexico Department of Transportation Telshore ADA Phase 5 grant in the amount of $61,989. There is a cash match already budgeted in the amount of $20,663 for a total project amount of $82,652. This funding will provide funding for the continued ADA improvements on Telshore Boulevard from Missouri Avenue to Los Amigos Court. Updates will include reconstruction of existing sidewalks, ADA ramps, and drive pads to bring them into ADA compliance. This project amends the CIP. Airport is receiving a grant for the Airport Master Plan update from the New Mexico Department of Transportation in the amount of $270,000. There is a cash match of $30,000 being transferred from Hold Harmless GRT for a total project amount of $300,000. This funding will be used to update the Las Cruces International Airport Master Plan. The updated plan will consider the improvements and changes made to the airport in the last 2 years and provide direction for future funding requests. And with that, here are your council options. I will stand for questions and have Aaron Sherritt from Grants, as well as representatives from each of the departments.
Thanks, Will. Any questions? No, seeing none. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 21-105. Councilor Beta-Stuvey?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, now we're going to go to 7.3, Resolution 21-106. Need a motion?
Move to approve.
Second, Beta-Stuvey.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Beta-Stuvey. And looks like Chris Dunn, policy analyst, will discuss. Present.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Is everybody able to see my screen?
Yes.
Fantastic. Well, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for having me here to present today. My name is Christopher Dunn. I am the policy analyst for the City of Las Cruces. First, I just want to offer a brief apology because unfortunately I don't have a camera connected to my PC. So you guys only get to hear my great voice and see my presentation today. Hopefully that won't be too much of a problem. With that being said, this first presentation I'm going to be discussing with you today is on resolution for increasing land grant permanent fund disbursements for early childhood education in New Mexico. First, I want to give a little bit of a discussion on how New Mexico ranks amongst its peers in terms of early childhood education. Unfortunately, New Mexico consistently ranks among the worst states in the nation in terms of opportunities and performance for early childhood education. One example of this is the Quality Counts Report Card, which ranks states on opportunities and performance. In their most recent ranking, ranked New Mexico 51st of the 50 states and the District of Columbia. Additionally, another example of our poor performance could be seen in the Annie E. Casey Foundation, which is a philanthropic foundation focused on improving opportunities and outcomes for children, which also ranked New Mexico 50th in the nation in their 2020 report. This is an unfortunate set of circumstances because the impact of education has been shown to benefit not just individuals and families, but also society as a whole. One study found that for every $1 spent on expanding early learning initiatives, an additional $8.60 are provided in terms of benefits to society. And these benefits are recognized in a lot of different ways. They can be recognized in real gains to GDP, as well as long-term benefits to the economy by expanding the nation's skilled workforce. Additionally, the Center for Disease Control indicates that early childhood development is a key determinant of health for individuals throughout their lives. And this is because it provides a foundation for academic success, health, and general well-being. Now, New Mexico is fortunate to have a fund that helps provide for funding for early childhood education, and that's the Land Grant Permanent Fund. Now, the Land Grant Permanent Fund was created to help pay for public education, hospitals, and correctional institutions in New Mexico. But primarily, the biggest beneficiary of those funds is education. This fund grows whenever income that's generated from mineral production royalties of lands owned by the fund, as well as income earned on the investment of the fund's money, exceeds the annual disbursements made to beneficiaries. Now, those disbursements are actually governed by our Constitution, and the Constitution of New Mexico governs what percentage of the fund is distributed, currently with a rate of 5% annually. And the total value of the Land Grant Permanent Fund, according to the State Land Office's most recent reports, exceeded $19 billion in October of 2020. Now, in terms of funding early childhood education, since at least 2013, numerous proposals have been brought to the state legislature annually to increase disbursements from the Land Grant Permanent Fund. Unfortunately, none of these proposals have been able to pass. Now, we did see in 2020 House Bill 83 passed, and this created the Early Childhood Education and Care Fund that will make annual disbursements for early childhood education. And this was created by a one-time appropriation of $300 million from the general fund. It was originally set to be $320 million, but owing to the difficulties in our economy posed by the COVID pandemic, it was later reduced to $300 million. Beginning in 2022, the first disbursements from this will be dispersed for early childhood education. 2022 is expected to have a $20 million disbursement, and then additional disbursements will continue thereafter. Now, despite the benefits that this fund will allow, more funding is really needed in order to recognize the gains that are generated by access to high quality early childhood education and care. And that's why this resolution is asking for additional disbursements from the Land Grant Permanent Fund. Now, it is important to note that if this proposal passes, it's still going to need approval from New Mexico voters in a statewide election, and it would also need congressional approval. With those things in mind, the resolution before council here today supports the New Mexico legislature passing legislation to increase disbursements made from the Land Grant Permanent Fund for early childhood education in New Mexico. And these are the options available to council. If there are any questions that I can address, I'll stand available to do so to the best of my ability.
Thanks, Chris. We've got Councilor Sorg, Bencomo, and Beta Stuvi have questions. And Flores.
I don't have any questions, Mayor. Thank you. But I have a comment or two to say. You and the Mayor Pro Tem will recall that when the Mayor Pro Tem was first on the City Council, we passed a resolution to help support early childhood education. And it's a shame that we haven't done more since that time in the state. As the rankings show, we're in a dismal situation. And there's no reason why, with the funding we have in the savings account, couldn't have a first-class early childhood education for every child in New Mexico. And so this is extremely important that the state legislature gets this done this time and without wasting any more time. I was shocked to hear that it was not going to be started until 2022. But again, we can have the best education in the whole country if we just put our minds to it, give the funding, and work on this. So and wholeheartedly agree with this resolution, and I hope this legislature gets something done this year. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one question, and then I have a couple comments I wanted to say. But Chris, yes, I still don't know what you look like. It's so funny. Just been emailing you. Somebody get Chris a camera already. But Chris, on the last slide, did you say congressional approval?
Yes, let me go back to that. It actually would require congressional approval. So from what my research shows, the fund was actually created before New Mexico even gained statehood. And it was created by setting up these particular lands that could be used for these purposes. It does require not only approval from citizens in a statewide election, but it also would require congressional approval.
I'm sorry, but do you mean like from the New Mexico legislature or like federal congressional?
No, I mean the federal Congress.
Oh,
yes.
wow. That's interesting. I was not aware of that.
So from what I found, the most recent time that this was done, I believe was back in 2003. There was a constitutional amendment, and at that time they did have to get congressional approval.
Wow.
And that increased disbursements, I think, from like 2006 through 2016.
Interesting. Thank you for putting that in here.
Yes, absolutely, Councilor.
And then I just want to say, Chris, thanks to Chris for working on this so quickly. I think you did a good job, and your presentation was great. So I really appreciated it. I also wanted to note that, I was, if you read through the actual resolution, I really wanted to I thought it was really important that in the resolution we named that this is in fact a racial equity issue. About 76% of New Mexico kids are kids of color, or who are also the majority of kids living in poverty. And so, ensuring that we invest in early childhood education, I think is a complex issue, and it has a lot of layers of equity and access. And I think, just like Councilor Sorg said, it's really time that we do this and that we invest in New Mexico's children. So thank you very much, Chris, for your work on this and for getting it to us so quickly.
It's quite a lockbox, isn't it, Mayor?
Yes. Anything else, Councilor Bencomo? You're good? You're done?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Let's see here. Councilor Flores. No, about Abate Stuvie and then Councilor Flores. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Chris, for this presentation. I'm in full support of this. It's so important that we make sure we provide, really comprehensive and not just adequate education for New Mexicans here. And it is so important that we do it at these early stages. And obviously we do need extra funding for this to happen. And we can invest in other programs that can really help address those issues of equity that Councilor Bencomo said, and looking at ways to even support. We have our community schools that have had challenges even during this last year, making sure to keep all of the state funding that they needed. And they address specific communities that really need that extra push. So having access to other types of funding like this could even help perhaps in those situations too. So I am in full support. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Flores and then Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Christopher, Mr. Dunn, for your thorough presentation. I do have a question about, did you do any research as to, because the pushback last decade or so that I'm aware of has been, and probably prior to that, has been that if any money more than what is released now from that fund, that it will be so diminished, yada yada blah blah, that the fund will cease to exist. So, do you know anything about whether the allocations of, say, even 300 million, say it was 300 million, biannually to balance out all the inequities, to balance out, to bring New Mexico up, or the children in New Mexico up from being 50th in the United States. Do you know whether the corpus would be touched? Because it's the investment of the fund that has made it as big as it is. So do you have any information, or did you have any analysis? Because there's nothing in the resolution about how a certain allocation, X amount of dollars would affect the corpus and the viability of the fund.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Flores. So what I can say is, from the studies that I've done, it's been shown that the fund would continue to increase in its value expected for some years. However, there has been some discussion over whether, given a long enough period of time with additional disbursements, if that would ultimately erode the total amounts available within the fund. I think that's I can't necessarily venture to speculate, with enough expertise to really when that would occur under what circumstances it might occur. As we know, a lot of the resources available from this fund is heavily dependent on the royalties that are received from, for example, oil and gas operations in New Mexico. So as that market experiences some variability, then you might anticipate changes to the types of returns the funds see, as well as, any returns on the investment of the fund. Again, depending on what the market conditions look like. And I know that previously the fund was kind of more aggressively targeting a higher rate of return, and it's since switched in recent decades to a more conservative approach that's allowed it to continue to grow. Now, what I have seen is that it would continue to grow for some time, but at some point there may be a point of kind of, I guess, too much withdrawal, at which point it would decrease. I'm unable to comment specifically when that would occur, but if you'd like, would be happy to do some additional research into that line of thought for you.
Thank you. I would appreciate it, and I think that all of us would appreciate it, especially since I just learned that there would have to be, the changes to the Constitution would definitely have to take place, but the congressional action as well. And I think that, again, the pushback has been that the fund will be eroded, and I could understand the interest being affected, but I need to know about the corpus. We need to know whether the corpus is going to be so harmed by taking out a higher percentage in the future. And maybe the percentage doesn't have to be set. Maybe it's a dollar amount. And if the fund continues to grow, we still, maybe we can have the assurance that we'll have at least 300 million or, X amount allocated for our children. So I would like to know, I would like to have an analysis on that because this is information that we're going to need to urge our legislators or to get that constitutional amendment on the ballot in the state, and also to be well prepared for a congressional change. I mean, as you said, I think the fund went up in 1908, and something like, certainly prior to 1912 when we became a state. So all that information, the historical, and actually the whole function of the fund as to the corpus and the interest, because my understanding is that the interest can go back into the corpus in certain situations. So all of that would be very helpful to all of us and to be well educated on the topic. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Dunn.
Sure. Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for my colleagues for their comments. For those questions as well, Councilor Flores, I really appreciate it. Just want to say I'm fully supportive of this resolution, and I know the governor recently indicated she's supportive as well. And we did have one big obstacle in the state Senate. A former chair of the Legislative Finance Committee, John Arthur Smith, has been basically giving the thumbs down to this for the last 4 or 5 years. But we have Senator Carrie Hamblin now, and a couple of other great champions of this initiative that hopefully can help us get this across the finish line for our kids, because we are unfortunately at the bottom of the scale of almost every indicator of child well-being in New Mexico, and so many folks are doing great work to reverse that. But I think it has to start with investments in the early child and early developmental stages of children. So thank you so much, Mayor. Appreciate it. And thank you also, Chris, for that wonderful presentation. You're extremely knowledgeable in this subject. I appreciate that.
Thanks, Councilor. So, Councilor Flores, your question was, will the 300 million cut into the corpus, the main amount, the 19 billion? Is that what you want?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That could be a question, a specific question. But the question I have is whether the corpus would be affected at all. Because it's set statutorily right now, a state statute, that a certain amount, a certain percentage is allocated. I don't know if it's 1% or 0. 5%.
5%.
0.15. What is it?
No, 5% goes out.
Oh, 5% goes out.
I think of the interest. So what I did real quickly was just take.
Yeah, it goes out of the interest.
I just took a real conservative 4% of the 19 billion. That comes out to 760 million in interest a year. So if they take out, a small amount of that, 5%, that's nothing. That's why it continues to grow. So I think what this letter is asking is a one-time 300 million. So to answer your question, it's not going to affect the corpus, the 19 billion, because there's plenty of interest left over. That's at 4%. I think the state probably earns 5 on that money.
Right.
They earn 5. That means that's close to almost a billion in interest. Close,
Yes.
not much.
Yes, and that's my understanding generally of any corpus, because if it's taken care of, it's never touched, and that's why it continues to grow. But I don't think a lot of people know that, and so I would really like us to take that onus and distribute the information and have it. We as a city council, as city government, and also to be prepared to have that information readily available if and when, hopefully in the near future, we go for that congressional amendment. I know Governor, we wish, Senator Souls has been saying we need a constitutional amendment, but we really haven't moved on it. So we need as much information, because people generally, how many of us are, big corporate stakeholders? I certainly don't sit on one of those big, NYSC boards or anything like that. But if you could appoint me to one, Mr. Mayor, I'd very much appreciate it.
Sure, of course. Just let me know which one.
Right. So we need that information, and we need it readily available so that we can really get this changed. That's where our money is. It's for our kids, it's for our future. And as Mr. Dunn collected the information, every dollar spent brings back at over $8. And that's only, one example of our returns. We get a happy people. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sure. Councilor Sorg?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. There's one quick question for Christopher. The House Bill 83 appropriated from the general fund of $300 million. Did you say that wouldn't be started to be used until next year, 2022?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Sorg. Yes, from my research, the first disbursement from that fund will come in 2022.
Interesting. Okay.
And you are correct. Also, I just wanted to comment, Councilor Sorg, that appropriation did come from the general fund for this early childhood education and care fund. That $300 million was not appropriated from the land grant permanent fund.
Right. Yeah, that's the way I understood it too. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Sure. Okay, if there's nothing further, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve resolution 21-106. Councilor Betastuvi?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandra?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, resolution, item 7.4, resolution 21-107. I need motion second.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Vasquez. And Chris Dunn, still speaking. The mystery man. It's been about a month since we've been talking. I still don't know what you look like either. I wonder if it's EFO pretending to be another person.
Mayor, I figure it's honestly for the best. I'm so handsome that if I was to have my video camera going, it would just distract from the presentation. So this is really just beneficial for everyone. No, I'm just playing around.
I like your sense of humor and your humility.
All right. Is everybody able to see the presentation on the screen again?
Yes.
Fantastic. All right. Well, again, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilor, for allowing me to present to you again. This next presentation is on a resolution for establishing a state bank in the state of New Mexico. First, a little bit of background on what a state public bank would look like in New Mexico. The state bank would be a public bank owned through the representative government of New Mexico. New Mexico would deposit its revenue in its own financial institution instead of a traditional commercial bank, allowing for funds to remain in the state. The state public bank would be governed by a qualified citizens board of directors and managed by professional bankers. And the state public bank would partner with community banks to make loans for infrastructure development, business loans, economic development projects, and other activities deemed worthy of financing. Just a brief timeline on establishing a state public bank in New Mexico. In 2018, House Joint Memorial 17 requested the Legislative Council to study the feasibility of establishing a state bank in New Mexico. Ultimately, this action was postponed indefinitely. In 2019, we saw House Memorial 41, House Memorial 54, and Senate Memorial 5 each requested the Legislative Finance Committee to study the feasibility of establishing a state bank in New Mexico. Again, ultimately, all of these actions were postponed indefinitely. Also in 2019, the Alliance for Local Economic Prosperity began developing a public bank plan with help from UNM students, professors, credit unions, community bankers, and community voices. Ultimately, in this study, they found that there was a good opportunity for establishing a state bank and that it may provide benefits for the state of New Mexico. In 2020, our council did have a work session in which we had numerous presentations on December 14th of 2020. At this work session, New Mexico State Senator Carrie Hamblin voiced her support for a state public bank. We also heard from Dan Mayfield, who's the Vice President of Government Affairs for the Credit Union Association of New Mexico, who also voiced support for a state public bank in New Mexico. Angela Merker, the Executive Director for the Alliance for Local Economic Prosperity and a champion for a state public bank, also spoke in favor of it. And we also heard from Dr. Chris Erickson, who's an economist, an NMSU professor, and participated in the feasibility study for establishing a public bank in Santa Fe. He also discussed with us the pros and cons of establishing a state public bank for New Mexico. Now, it is anticipated in 2021 that the legislature will introduce the Senate bill known as the Public Banking Act, which would allow for the state to charter a state-owned public bank. Looking at public banking outside of New Mexico, many states throughout the nation have explored the feasibility of establishing a public bank within their state. At least 22 states have either undertaken a feasibility study or requested a feasibility study for establishing a public bank within the state. Additionally, recently in 2020, California passed the Public Banking Act. This allows for municipalities and county governments to create public banks within California. They also had a bill that was brought to the legislature in California to establish a state-level public bank that would have absorbed and replaced the infrastructure bank in California and primarily would have been focused on infrastructure. However, that bill did not pass. In New Jersey in 2020, the governor signed Executive Order 91, which created the Public Bank Implementation Board to develop an implementation plan for a public bank. This ultimately was supposed to be completed by the end of 2020, but owing to complications of the COVID-19 pandemic, they're still working on that implementation plan. And then within the House of Representatives of the United States, we saw HR 8721, the Public Banking Act of 2020, was introduced as well. This would have allowed for the federal charter of certain public banks. However, ultimately, this bill did not go to a vote. Now, we do have one existing example of a successful public bank in the United States. That is the Bank of North Dakota. The Bank of North Dakota is the only state-owned bank in the country. It participates in business and farm loans with local community banks and credit unions. It's financed over $100 million in student loans. It also assists with natural disasters and economic crises to help stabilize the state economy of North Dakota. And in 2019, the most recent annual report available from the Bank of North Dakota indicated that they recorded its 16th consecutive year of record profits with over $169 million in net earnings. Considering the movement for establishing a public bank and all the information that's been presented to us, this resolution urges the New Mexico State Legislature to establish a state-owned public bank. And these are the options available to Council today. If there are any questions that I can address, I'll stand available to do so to the best of my ability.
Okay, thank you, Christopher. We've got, before we get to Councilor Sorg and Flotis, just as a reminder, earlier at the beginning of the meeting, I read the letter from Jed Fanning. He's not in support of the community bank. So Councilor Flotis and Councilor Sorg and Councilor Flotis.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Christopher, again. Yeah, just one question I have. Is this the first time that this city council has considered a resolution in support of a state bank in New Mexico?
Thank you,
No.
Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Christopher.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Sorg. To my understanding, previously the City Council has supported a feasibility study into establishing a state bank within New Mexico. This resolution, however, will request the legislature to establish a state bank in New Mexico.
Yeah, okay. That helps me understand what we're doing here. Yeah, this is again the same story, and for the reasons Ju outlined, this is a thing that New Mexico, I think, would benefit from. And once again, for those that are questioning it, it would be a bank that would be working in conjunction together with local community banks throughout the state. That's really important that everybody understands that, so that there won't be any disadvantage for our local banks here. The only possible disadvantage might be for the federal or national banks, I should say, the Banks of America, the Wells Fargo, and et cetera, et cetera. But no, we're not for the state banks or the local banks in the communities. That's something people need to know, remember. Okay, I think that's all I have, Mr. Mayor. I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you again, Mr. Dunn. So I want to just reiterate what Councilor Sorg pointed out, that this public bank would not be in competition with the big banks. And even if they were in competition with the big banks, I mean, if they were, excuse me, not even if, but if they were, I mean, it would be, it would be really not prudent to support this thing, but they're not going to be in competition. They're going to be working alongside, and they will be benefiting our communities a lot better, our communities throughout the state of New Mexico, a lot better than the big banks, and that money comes back into the community. So I don't understand what Dr. Erickson's, he had an article in the newspaper. Oh, I don't know, I don't have the date. Friday, January 15. That seems like such a long time ago. Anyway, his analysis, I'm not an economist, and I totally respect Dr. Erickson's opinion, but again, I believe it's his opinion. And again, so, his comment that any argument for a local, for a public bank misunderstands capitalism and the working of markets. There is nothing that is anti-capitalist or communist like, because the minute you say anti-capitalism, the antithetical response is, oh, it must be communism. So I don't appreciate that comment, Dr. Erickson, if you're listening, with all due respect. And the other bone of contention I have with you, Dr. Erickson, is that your last sentence, but one needs only to think of Spaceport America or of Visit Las Cruces to realize that an efficiently run public bank is far from certain. Excuse me? How did you get from this point? And that was not a point A to point B statement. And it's really disrespectful of the efforts the city is working on to bring social and economic equity. Nothing else has worked, Mr. Erickson. So my study of economics and corporations in law school certainly doesn't run parallel to your analysis. So I'm in total support of this. I think that Mr. Dunn, I do have a question for you. There was a slide that mentioned that the state of California has allowed, I think, some legal entities, either counties, yeah, that one, page 5, allows city and county governments to create public banks. So do you have any data on how successful they are, or if there are any in California? And do you have any of the developments that are occurring in New Jersey, for example?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Flores. No, this is actually recently passed legislation in California. It actually just passed in 2020. So there isn't much of a timeline for us to look for examples to see how historically they have performed in California. Additionally, in New Jersey, the governor signed Executive Order 91 to create the Public Bank Implementation Board that was going to develop an implementation plan for a public bank. However, similarly, there's no existent data for us to look at for a historical perspective to see how they've performed. Really, in the United States, the only two examples that we have for historical data are, again, the Bank of North Dakota and the Territorial Bank of Samoa. Actually is another public bank. However, it functions differently because it actually does have some lending operations and traditional banking operations for citizens living in American Samoa. And that's because it functions more like a development bank in developing nations, wherein this is another instance where public banks are common, wherein there is less available liquidity to borrowers or resources for borrowers to turn to for financing new investment. And so you really see it a lot in developing nations, or in this instance of the Territorial Bank of American Samoa. But in terms of California, New Jersey, we don't have any existing examples to look to for historical references.
And the bank in North Dakota has been around for several years, a couple of decades. And yeah, and how, and the profit or their whatever, I don't know what the word is, profit, seems healthy, economically healthy. Do you know how long it took to get there?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Flores. You're correct. The Bank of North Dakota was established in 1919. They have been recording profits for 16 consecutive years. Prior to that, I don't think that they had as long of a historical consecutive record, but I don't have information on when they began recording profitability, but that is something that I could certainly look into if you'd like.
Yeah, that would be great. It would be good to see that. And also it would be good for us to know, or maybe we can just get it from the Alliance. They probably have all that information from North Dakota to see exactly how strong it is. What does it really mean to have that kind of a profit? What's the context of that profit? So thank you very much, Mr. Dunn. Your work is very on point, and thank you for getting that additional information. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I've got just a couple questions, Chris. So I seem to remember, or maybe I'm mistaken, last time that it was being discussed, the amount was 60 million that they wanted to start off with. And if that's the case, I don't see anything here where it uses an amount. And I didn't know if that's something council was okay with, just a blank amount, or did you want to put an amount in there? Is one question. The other is, are you aware, do you know, Christopher, if they were to move, and I presume they're going to take the money from the state treasurer's office. So I would think that the state treasurer keeps money in various banks there in Santa Fe. So let's just say let's just use 60 million, or let's just say 100 million. They take 100 million out of the state treasurer, those accounts. Do you know if the state bank is going to, this community bank is going to pay interest to the state? Because, they probably earn something, I don't know, 2%, maybe 3%, I don't know what. But will they be paying the state treasurer's office some monies? Do you know anything about that?
Thank you, Mayor. So to address your first question, from what I have found both in my research and from the presentations that were given to council during our work session, they had targeted an amount of $50 million, or at least that was what was targeted in the plan that was developed by the Alliance for Local Economic Prosperity. In that, they targeted the $50 million amount because this was the amount that they determined would be necessary to facilitate the first year loan demand that they anticipated to be around $45 million. So this was expected to be, the money would be, I believe, transitioned from existing accounts held by private banks like Wells Fargo. However, there was also a discussion in the presentation made by Mr. Mayfield at that work session that the funding, the $50 million capitalization to start the state public bank could also come from the severance tax permanent fund. So those were two possible areas that the funding to initiate the bank could come from, it was indicated. In terms of any profits that are might be coming back to the state, yes, it's been indicated that any additional profits beyond what was necessary to continue to facilitate additional loans and to grow the capacity of the state public bank would be returned to the general fund of New Mexico.
Okay, so I guess the question to council is, did you want to put an amendment, to put an amount in there, maybe say no more than 100 million? Chris said 50, but you know, I don't know. Did you want to put because it doesn't have anything on there right now. And I would think that when you have it, when you don't list an amount, I would think that it has a little bit more concern than if you had a specific amount. Councilor Flores, did you have your hand up?
No, sir.
Oh, okay. Councilor Sorg?
Just off the top of my head, I think it might be better to let the legislature decide such a thing. They might have better knowledge and of the state finances that they would be able to use for this. You know, if we just put it down as using the Bank of North Dakota as an outline to what the Bank of New Mexico might look like, that would be sufficient, I think.
Okay. Just wanted to point it out in case, you know. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 21-107. Councilor Bettis-Stevie?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, 7.5 has been removed. We're going to go to 7.6. 7.5, Resolution 21-108.
Move to approve.
Second.
See what you guys were saying here. Councilor Vasquez made the motion, second by Councilor Picomo. And Chris, looks like we're getting our money's worth from the mystery man.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for again allowing me to present. Mayor, you did have me going for a second. I thought we were pulling it, so I was ready to put everything away. But no, thank you again for allowing me to present, Council, and Mayor. This next presentation that I'm going to be discussing with you is on a resolution for legalizing recreational cannabis in the state of New Mexico. First, a look at legalization, the legalization status of various states in the United States. Currently, 15 states and the District of Columbia have legalized recreational cannabis for adults. The most recent of which include New Jersey, Arizona, South Dakota, and Montana, each of which legalized recreational cannabis in our most recent election cycle. Additionally, 36 states and the District of Columbia also have legal medical marijuana programs. A brief look at legislation around cannabis and marijuana in New Mexico. In 2007, the Lynn and Aaron Compassionate Use Act was passed. This act created the legal medical marijuana program that we have in New Mexico today. In 2019, we saw Senate Bill 323 passed. This bill decreased marijuana penalties. It decriminalized possession of small amounts of marijuana and imposed a $50 fine for possession of up to 1.5 ounce of marijuana. And 2019 also, we saw House Bill 581, the Hemp Manufacturing Act, passed. This act allows for the production, testing, research, manufacturing, and transportation of hemp and hemp-related products. Additionally, in 2019, we saw House Bill 356 and Senate Bill 577, each known as the Cannabis Regulation Act, introduced, which would have legalized recreational cannabis in New Mexico. Ultimately, neither of these bills passed. In 2020, we saw House Bill 160 and Senate Bill 115, again named the Cannabis Regulation Act, introduced into our legislature. Again, ultimately, neither of these bills passed. I did want to give a brief overview about the Cannabis Regulation Act of 2020. I know that you guys have seen a lot of detail in the past of all the specifics of this. So briefly, I just wanted to go over some kind of broad points. Both the House and Senate bills had a lot of similarities, but the content in each could be broken down into 5 primary areas. And I found those 5 primary areas included licensing, earmarking of funds, establishing standards and programs, defining what was acceptable in terms of packaging, transportation, and advertising, such as on television and billboards, and then establishing precedents for laws, the dismissal of crimes, and the expungement of records. Now, previously, Council did ask for staff to look into what legislation in the 2021 session might look like. And with that in mind, I reached out to many of the senators and representatives that have previously sponsored legislation in New Mexico to try to understand what 2021 legislation might look like. And with that, I found out that Representative Javier Martinez and Senator Ivy Soto are both expected to introduce bills in this legislative session. In talking with Representative Javier Martinez, he indicated that he is going to be bringing a streamlined bill relative to the 2020 Cannabis Regulation Act. It will not have as many funds earmarked to the creation of new councils and funds. It will allow for the vertical integration of businesses. Licensing fees will be set in statute, and the tax rate is anticipated to be between 16 and 22%. As far as the bill that's going to be introduced to the Senate by Senator Ivy Soto, Senator Ivy Soto also indicated that it would be a much streamlined bill relative to what was introduced in the 2020 Cannabis Regulation Act. Senator Ivy Soto favors a tax rate between 12 and 16%. There will be no earmarking of funds to allow for municipalities and counties to use the money earned as they see fit. It will allow for vertical integration as well. Licenses will be owned by the state rather than by individuals or businesses to avoid the problems that have occurred within the liquor licensing program in the state. And Senator Ivy Soto also wants to create kind of a special carve-out program within this bill that would allow for disabled veterans to access the medical cannabis program without needing a medical cannabis card. So considering these points, the resolution before you urges the New Mexico State Legislature to pass legislation that would legalize and regulate cannabis and cannabis-related products for recreational use in New Mexico. And these are the options available to Council today. If there are any questions, I'll stand available to answer them to the best of my ability.
Thanks, Chris. Councilor Vasquez, Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chris. Another terrific presentation, and thank you for reaching out to both of the sponsors of these two, I guess, competing bills. We'll see which one ends up being more favorable. But one thing is for certain is that I think all of the pieces are in place for passage of this bill this year. As you mentioned earlier, our more conservative neighbors to the west in Arizona, it was a ballot initiative, I believe, that was successfully passed there. And so to me, that's also a great impetus for us to take advantage of this economic opportunity, knowing that right now, I mean, folks that go to Colorado from New Mexico to engage in that activity as part of their tourism industry and their tourism activities are leaving their dollars on the table in Colorado, now potentially Arizona. And we have just one huge benefit. And in one of the committees, I think it was the Tax and Rev Committee, where this was being discussed, it was mentioned that a preliminary study done on the retail industry around recreational cannabis, that 40% of revenue, state revenue, would come from Texas. And I don't think Texas is going to do this anytime soon. But what that means for us as the closest community, or the closest large city, I should say, to the Texas City hub that's going to be buying these products is Las Cruces. And so, again, this is a huge economic opportunity for our community, for our county. I can think of even places like Sunland Park positioning themselves in a manner that would be tremendously beneficial for them. But of course, that's all under the law and regulated, so that those activities have to take place in New Mexico. But when we talk about diversifying our economy, if we don't do things differently, if we don't think outside the box, and if we are last to do this, then we can't keep making excuses about how we don't bring in new industry and how we don't bring in new jobs and how we don't bring in new revenue. I understand not everybody is in favor of this because it continues to be a taboo subject, and certainly there's a lot of historical opposition to this. But just the criminalization of marijuana in particular was actually rooted in some very racist policies in the 1930s, and in fact, it was a way to actually deport Mexican workers here on the borderland when they were caught using this substance. Overwhelmingly, a lot of folks used it in the past without blinking an eye, because to them it was just like any other substance that altered your body, like alcohol or whatever. And it was criminalized and used as an excuse to deport Mexicans by the thousands. And subsequently, the propaganda that took place after it was criminalized was similar to what we saw during the times of the liquor prohibition, and hasn't stopped since then. So this is one good option for us to both understand and be adults, hopefully, that this substance is no less harmful than alcohol, and that if it's regulated and that we acknowledge that it already exists in our communities and that we take advantage of it, and not just on the retail side, but on the production side. I've mentioned that we have so many of these CBD warehouses that are popping up, and so many of these agricultural companies that are growing hemp, commercial grade hemp. I mean, I can guarantee you they're going to switch right over as long as they can legally and have the licenses. That's why they've been setting this up. I mean, CBD is profitable, but recreational cannabis is going to be way more profitable. And so if we can actually create those jobs in the production and the harvesting of this product, in addition to the retail and the tourism opportunities it will bring, it's a win for Southern New Mexico. It's a huge win for Las Cruces. And so I fully support it. And I know Representative Martinez's bill, although both of these bills aren't public yet, will also center along the lines of a fund. I think it's a community reinvestment fund that will help kickstart some restorative justice initiatives and programs, in addition to pardoning and commuting the sentences of those who have been caught with minor possession of marijuana, which is really an interesting, it's really an important part of this bill, because it also has a restorative justice component to it. So with that, I know others here want to chat, so I will pass it off to my colleagues, but again, fully supportive of this effort. And we will have local control, Mayor. I believe that's going to be in there in terms of, regulating where these businesses can operate and how they might operate. And I think we'll have a lot of local flexibility in how this rolls out in our community if it's passed. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Christopher, for the presentation, and absolutely agree with Councilor Vasquez. To me, this is about two things. One, economic diversification. We are absolutely at the mercy of oil and gas in New Mexico, and we've seen where that can get us in a pandemic and a crisis, that we just highly depend on this extractive industry that frankly doesn't give us much back and leaves us in a really fragile state. So for me, this is absolutely much like the green economy. This is about economic diversification, but not just about money, right? This is about justice. And frankly, the entire war on drugs is based in racism and classism, really is about criminalizing Black and brown people predominantly. And, I really trust that these two New Mexico legislators that are going to be presenting bills will look at that. I've been following the work of Representative Javier Martinez for a long time. And in fact, I want to read a little bit of what just yesterday, he wrote an op-ed and talking about this legislation. In it, he talks, like I said, about the money, and he says economists have projected more than 11,000 new jobs, 300 million in annual sales, and 50 million in new revenue to the state budget in the first year alone. To me, that is enough to support this, right? But then when you consider additionally what Representative Martinez wants to do in that center, those who have been predominantly impacted, which are communities of color, really allowing individuals with prior cannabis convictions to work in the new cannabis industry and to apply and receive licenses. Requiring a social and economic plan to encourage diversity in licensing. And invest funds generated by cannabis back into communities most harmed by inequitable enforcement of cannabis prohibition laws. And to me, that is honestly one of the most important pieces of this legislation. You know, Mayor, I would love to continue talking with you about this. I would hope that one day you change your mind. I think that the time is right. And frankly, the criminalization of a lot of substances has had I really believe that it's been used to incarcerate people of color and produce money for the for-profit industry, prison industry, which are all incredibly tied together. And go figure that New Mexico is also highly dependent on private prisons, right? So none of these things are an accident. And I think that if this doesn't pass this year, I will be absolutely disappointed. But I don't think so. I think all the pieces are in the right place, and I really believe something will pass and something great will come out of this. And we will see, you know, a new investment in many of our communities. So I'm very happy to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. I thought I had Mayor Pro Tem had her hand up. You decided not to speak?
I'll speak. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chris, for the presentation. Very impressed. And you have jokes too to boot, so that's good. It breaks up the monotony. I had some questions on your slides. I don't know if it was 5 or 6. Can you move back to that? Some of the wording that you used, I just want to make sure I understand. I think I'm understanding it.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Gondola. This is slide 5 here on the anticipated
So allow vertical integration. Tell me, can you describe that in more detail?
Yeah, absolutely. So this would allow, well, thank you again, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Gondola. So vertical integration would allow, for example, manufacturers, retailers, those involved in creating things like derivatives of cannabinoids, such as tinctures or oils or those things. Those businesses would be allowed to be, you could have one business involved in all of those operations. You could have that vertical integration where you could be involved in all of those processes as a business, as opposed to legally setting it such that manufacturers could not also be retailers, growers could not also be retailers. So this bill would allow for that vertical integration.
That's good. Okay, good. That's what I thought you meant, but I wanted to be sure. And then the tax rate, 16 to 22%. What can you talk a little more in detail about what that would look like when we talk about 16 to 22% tax rate?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Gondola. So in looking at Representative Javier Martinez's bill, looking at that tax rate of 16 to 22%, pardon me, an example that I was given of this would be the tax rate would be composed of 3 different components. The first being the gross receipts tax, which varies county by county and region by region in New Mexico, but is roughly 8% throughout the state of New Mexico.
Right.
A state tax of roughly 10%, and then a tax in the municipality level of about 4%.
Okay, got it.
And that's just to add a little extra to that for you as well. That's different than the proposed tax rate that would be in Senator Ivy Soto's bill, where he favors what he indicated to me would be more of a 4-4-4 approach, where you would have at the county level 4%, the state level 4%, and a 4% at the municipality level as well. And I guess that one would not be looking to focus on gross receipts tax as a component of it.
Okay, all right. Good to know that part as well. Well, I appreciate the detail. I am in full support. I agree with my colleagues' statements, and I especially like Senator Ivy Soto's the caveat about removing, veterans from having to have a actual medical card. I think that, these medical cards can be pretty costly to include on top of what you pay for it, for the product, and I think that just adds an extra burden. And I've appreciated having that allowance. I hope that Representative Martinez and Senator Ivy Soto have an opportunity to speak further and try to combine, the best parts of these bills moving forward. But we'll see. But I appreciate all the work, Chris. And those are all my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Abate-Stuby.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chris, again. A couple questions, and I know I brought this up last year, as far as what type of assistance municipalities might need or face with regards, if we're going to have this new industry, there are going to be perhaps some control mechanisms or monitoring, and where those will come from, if that will be done at the state level, or will we at the municipal level need to be considering that, and how do we work that in budgetary wise, especially in the first years? I know after we start seeing revenue, we can start making changes, but in those first years, if we will be given any assistance to help with issues that might arise with this new industry.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Abate-Stuby. So from what I understand, there is less earmarking of the funds designated towards specific activities around some of the creation of programs and funds that were in previous bills may not be as present in these bills that are going to be introduced in the legislature. But both Senator Ivy Soto and Representative Javier Martinez did acknowledge the importance of helping to prepare municipalities and localities in really making sure that they have the proper resources to be able to address the needs of passing such legislation. I am unable to speak to the specifics of what that would look like. That information wasn't given to me, but they both recognize the importance of incorporating those components in their legislation.
Great, thank you. And that might be for us here locally, especially since, as we pointed out, we are so close by the border with Texas and expecting to hopefully get consumers from there, and knowing that we are a hub center as well, that we might need more assistance with some of that setup, or anticipate more customers coming this way than in some other places of the state. So how best we can advocate for the community to make sure that we're doing this in proper fashions. And I am in support of this bill, but I also do like that they're going to give some municipal control as well to us to look at best placement for this type of industry. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Dunn, for your presentation, and my colleagues on the City Council for their comments. And I particularly agree with everything that Councilor Vasquez has brought up, and Councilor Abate-Stuby brought up the managing of this should it pass. So that was very, very good. In my humble opinion, I agree with that. And but I do want to stress that for example, and I'm not here to convince anybody about living their lives any differently. We do what we do, and that's who we are. But for example, I'm someone who really doesn't care or doesn't drink a lot of liquor. Once in a while, I'll do the New Year's toast, or try, someone will insist that this Malbec tastes so good, you have to try it. I'll do it. But generally speaking, I really don't care for liquor. I think that people drink too much. I think that it's not good for your system. It can bring people to an early death, and alcoholism especially in Hispanics and Native Americans, is a cause of death, and a lot of other dire situations. But all that being said, I personally do not support the use of cannabis on a recreational basis. But I do believe that people should have that option, because I also recognize that, I think I shared with this with you all before, that I worked on a case in federal district court. I was a law clerk, and the research that we came up with was that it wasn't cannabis that was harmful to you as much as the smoke was. So of course, cigarette smoking, I'm totally against cigarette smoking. Any kind of smoke is for your lungs is bad. But the use of cannabis to regulate it in such a harsh manner, and as Councilor Bencomo pointed out, it's an industry. It criminalizes behavior that shouldn't be criminalized. And as Councilor Vasquez pointed out, it was criminalized, and it was criminalized, and that was part of the research that we came up with. In 1929, we all know in October, on a fateful Friday in October of 1929, the market in the United States crashed. And people were jumping out of their windows and committing suicide and all sorts of stuff. For some reason, what happened, on the New York Stock Exchange, or what happened in the market, the Mexicans were blamed for it. And anything happens and Mexicans get blamed for it. That's during my Chicano studies years, it was like anything bad happens, blame it on the Mexicans. And in Arizona, my mother was born in Arizona. My grandfather was a miner, and they lived a happy life. My grandparents immigrated in 1911. There was nothing to immigrate because Arizona wasn't even a state yet. It was a territory, as was New Mexico. But so my mother was born there, and when she was 6 years old, first grader, the family was virtually deported. My grandfather always said that he wasn't deported, but the truth is that had he not left on his quote own terms unquote, they would have been thrown on a train, like thousands of people were thrown on a train. So we look at that, and I know that many homes, many Mexican homes, maybe even today, marijuana plant is placed in a bottle of alcohol. And if you have any rheumatoid arthritis, any kind of body ache, you just rub that on and it cures you. And do I have it in my home? No. But it was a political decision to blame it on the Mexicans. And people left, and that was horrible. And my mother really didn't like to talk about it, but her grandchildren were very interested in that part of history. And for those of you who were at my mother's funeral, at the funeral service, two of a niece and a nephew spoke to that era, because it was so painful for the grandchildren to hear that their grandmother, who was a 6-year-old at the time, was off with her 7 siblings and her young parents, going back to Mexico, to Jalisco, only to find the dire, the horrible conditions that were there in 1930. So I just want to stress that it's not a question of voting on this based on what I personally don't like in my life. It's a question of what's really good for our economy, what to right or wrong of for almost 90 years of these laws going into effect to persecute people, to blame people, and it's going to be a boost to our economy. If there's no other reason to legalize it, we should look at that. If people don't like to smoke it or otherwise ingest marijuana, so be it. But there's so many other uses. So I'm for this, and thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, if there's anybody else. Okay, so first let me just thank my colleagues for allowing us to split this up and be able to allow me to vote for this individually. As you can tell, I won't be supporting this, and I'm just going to keep it brief. I think it's ill-advised. I think it's wrong to profit off of a product that really alters the mind and the body. And now I do support medical use, medicinal use. It took me a while to go to that, but I do, and I have for the last several years. And the last thing is I just think it's going to lead to increased DUI, not DWI, DUI, driving under the influence. I think it's going to cause, hopefully not, but I think, could cause some serious accidents and possibly even fatalities. It's going to task our police departments on how to determine if they're under the influence or not. No, so anyways, thank you again for all your comments. Thank you, Christopher, for putting this together. And with that, Christine, call for the vote.
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 21-108. Councilor Beta-Stuvi,
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez,
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo,
Yes.
Councilor Sorg,
Yes.
Councilor Flores,
Yes.
Councilor Gandara,
Yes.
Mayor,
No. Okay, so now we're going to go to item 7.6, Resolution 21-109.
Move to approve.
I'll second it.
Motion made by Councilor Vasquez, second by Councilor Sorg. And looks like Jennifer Vega-Brown, our city attorney, is going to be discussing.
Mayor, council,
Oh, Robert Cabello.
I apologize. I thought I was going to be actually presenting.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Anyhow. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Robert Cabello for the record, legal department. I'm presenting the La Clinica lease agreement with the city for a behavioral health center in Las Cruces. Okay, so La Clinica back in 2019 worked with the Mexico legislators to get funds, $953,342 to plan, design, and construct the behavioral health center in Las Cruces. It was part of Senate Bill 280 in the 2019 session. It, again, the purpose for this is to serve the indigent community with mental health services. And part of the capital outlay funds, which is true of all capital outlay funds, the state of Mexico requires the city to own all assets that are built or constructed with legislative capital outlay. And it also requires the city to be the fiscal agent. Now, part of the procedures for this, the city manager has to sign the agreement. The purpose of the resolution I'm presenting today is for the city council to ratify that signature. And then the Mexico DFA has to approve of the agreement, which they should, because this idea of the main general scheme of the agreement has already been presented to them for an opinion. Okay, now the agreement. The agreement is that the city will build the actual facility, the building, at 535 South Miranda, which is in District 1 in Las Cruces. 535 South Miranda is real estate that's owned by La Clinica. The city, well, of course, owning the building, will lease the building to La Clinica. The city's lease to La Clinica will be paid by La Clinica providing indigent services to the community. Now, there'll be this lease will be for originally a 10-year, and after that 10 years, there'll be an option to purchase. If La Clinica doesn't exercise that option, the term will extend to another additional 10 years with another option to purchase at that end. I'm kind of reached the end of my presentation, but I wanted to give the council a heads up that I did make a mistake on my resolution. Unfortunately, it's a typo. And so I will need to make a floor amendment. The third recital, I put down that the capital outlay funds was for $750,000. That is incorrect. The correct language is $953,342. And again, it was in my presentation earlier. over here, this amount. So with that, I will go ahead and open up to questions.
Okay, looks like we have Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Robert, thank you so much, Mr. Cabello, for your presentation. You need a motion to correct? But
yes.
But it should show, I'm sorry, where's the error? You just showed us it was 953,342.
Okay, so on Mayor Councilor Flores, if you go to the resolution on page 436 in your packet, if you go to the third resolution, it says LCDF, which is La Clinica, worked with the New Mexico legislators to receive $750,000. That's incorrect. The correct number is $953,342. 953,342.
Oh, okay, then that's what I understood, but then, so or Ms. Rivera is an amendment at this time appropriate, or in terms of just procedure? Or do we have a full discussion, or is it or should the amendment be made now?
I'll make that amendment if you want.
Well, I'm ready to make the amendment. I can second yours, but I just want to know procedurally whether it's indicated at this point.
It's fine to do it now. We're just correcting an error. I don't
Right,
think this doesn't have any real bearing on the actual contract. I mean, the agreement.
Okay.
We can do it now. We can do it at the end if you want to. There's looks like Mayor Pro Tem had a question. If you want to wait to hear what she has to say, but that's not. I don't think that's going to change anything. I mean, to affect what Mayor Pro Tem is saying. This is just correcting something that Robert did a little oversight.
Okay, so I'll move for that correction at this point so that we can just move accordingly. Correction, excuse me. The correction, the motion is to correct the typographical error where it's at page 436 of our packet, third paragraph, third recital, where it states that it's $750,000. It should state that it's $953,342,000.
I'll second that.
Yeah.
Okay, second by Councilor Sorg. So motion by Councilor Flores, a second by Councilor Sorg to correct the correct number to reflect 953,342,000 as opposed to 750,000. So this is on the amendment. I don't think we have any questions on that. So on the amendment, Christine?
This is on the motion to amend Resolution 21-109 to change the amount to $953,342. Councilor Betastuti.
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez.
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo.
Yes.
Councilor Sorg.
Yes.
Councilor Flores.
Yes.
Councilor Gandara.
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Okay, now I'm going to turn to Mayor Pro Tem. See, I think you had your hand up, Mayor Pro Tem.
I did, Mayor. Thank you. Thank you, Robert, for the presentation. I just have a few clarifying questions. So La Clinica owns the land on Miranda. Yes?
Oh, sorry. Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, that's correct.
And they own it, so they've paid outright, or do they continue to make payments on the land? Do you know that?
Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, I do not believe they're paying off on that. I could actually pass it off to Bill Ham, our real estate expert, because he did do some research on this piece of land.
I think he's coming on board. Bill?
Am I there yet?
Yes.
There you are.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Yeah, well, I researched the ownership status of that property. I did not look to see if there were any mortgages recorded. that are still yet to be paid off. I believe that I see some of the La Clinica representatives here today. Maybe they can answer that question.
Okay, if they could, let me see who's here. Let's see if Virgil's here.
I am here, Mayor.
Oh, okay, Virgil. Just need you to state your name and your position, please.
Virgil Medina, Chief Executive Officer for La Clinica. The property in question is owned outright by La Clinica.
Okay, just to clarify, because you're a little bit muffled. You said it's owned outright, and so there are no liens.
There are no liens on the property. It is owned outright by La Clinica. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good, good. So, Mayor, I guess I'm concerned, like, where, okay, so hold on a minute. We would build on that land with capital outlay funding, right? At the tune of 953,000, yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Gondara, that is absolutely correct. We would take the capital outlay funds to build the actual building, the structure.
Okay, okay. And La Clinica we'd lease the building to them.
That's correct.
For how much?
Okay, so Mayor Pro Tem Gondara, the way it works is that they would be paying under Article 3, that's on page 441 of your packet. They'd be paying, instead of paying an actual rent, they'd actually be paying it by providing the indigent mental health services. And so there's a rate that's actually governed and discussed on like how that's calculated, but they will be paying the rent that way, and then they'll be providing those services to the community.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. So, Mayor, I guess I'm not familiar with other situations such as this where someone else owns the land and we lease out a building. Does that happen in other?
Yeah, I'll give you a good example. I know it happens. Let's take, for example, where the shopping center, the Pan Am Shopping Center, that's owned by the university, and a completely different entity owns that entire structure where Toucan Market is and all that. So they usually have a long-term lease, and they built on it. And if something was to ever happen, it would actually, they own the building, and then of course the university owns the land. In some respects, that's what I was hoping that we could do on some of our land on Loman when that time comes, is that we own it, but people build on it, and we lease them the land back. So this is the opposite.
Okay. And we don't have a situation like that in any other, similar to this and other.
I don't believe so. Robert, were they going to transfer title or anything to the city to hold for those 10 years until the lease is paid off?
Mayor, council, no. There is an exclusive lease to the city of the real estate for 10 years, and then it works the same way as our lease to them. It's 10 years, and then if it gets extended another 10 years, it's renewed for automatically extended another 10 years.
And I'm sure there's something there that if they fail to provide those services, which in turn is the way that they pay the city, then we take the land. Is that correct?
Mayor, council, there are options under Article 10 for cancellation of default. Essentially, basically there has to be a cure and remedy clause. There's also a clause early on page 441, 440, where it prevents either party from encumbering the land or sort of transferring it without the approval of the other party.
Okay, but what if they don't follow through with their lease payments, so to speak? Why don't we just focus on that? Because I think that's probably what Mayor Pro Tem is concerned about the most, and it's a legitimate concern too.
Okay, so at that point, Mayor, council, the Clinica will under Article 10 on page 446, they will vacate the building. They will leave if they can no longer provide the services. It's just so specifically in there.
Okay, all right. Yes, Mayor, that was my concern. I didn't realize that we had situations like this in other, other projects similar to this, where we own the building, but someone else owns the land. And how would that work moving forward? But I've appreciate and always have appreciated the services that La Clínica de Familia has provided. Really excited about this opportunity, given it is so greatly needed in our community. And I'm especially excited that it's in District 1. So thanks for that. And as long as legal has checked it and we're good and all, we're all protected, I think this is a good opportunity. Thank you, Mayor.
Mhm. Oh, looks like Jennifer has her hand up. Jennifer Vagrant Brown.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Just to give you another couple examples, and the mayor would probably know better than me, but I think another two examples are the Convention Center and also the Communis building that we had previously. That was not owned, the land was not owned by the city, but the building was.
Oh, that's a great example, Jennifer. Forgot about the Convention Center. That's good. Okay, Councilor Flores, was that it, Mayor Pro Tem? You're good with that?
Yes, I'm good, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Flores, oh, I guess she didn't have her hand up. Okay, then we're back on the main motion then. Looks like there's no more further questions. So if that's it, call for the question on the main motion. Christine.
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 21-109 as amended. Councilor Albeida-Stuvey?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Granda?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, now we'll go to 7.7, Resolution 21-110.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Vasquez, second by Councilor Sorg. And Kathy Matthews will be discussing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate the opportunity to bring this item forward to you. For the record, my name is Kathy Matthews, landscape architect with the Parks and Recreation Department. I will share my screen and get a presentation started. Okay, this afternoon, the item under question is an AARP Fit Lot Outdoor Fitness Park. Las Cruces was chosen by New Mexico AARP as the only city in New Mexico to receive from AARP a Fit Lot Outdoor Fitness Park. Fit Lot Incorporated is responsible for coordinating this donation upon an agreement with the city. They will construct the outdoor fitness park and administer the program grant. So this afternoon, we're seeking council approval for the location for the Fit Lot and for the agreement with AARP. The city manager would sign that agreement and allow that Fit Lot Outdoor Fitness Park to be constructed. We anticipate completion by May of 2021, so it's a pretty fast-moving project. The Fit Lot amenities include poured-in-place rubberized safety surfacing, so it's stable footing for people who wish to use the equipment. Various pieces of equipment for upper body strength training, lower body strength training, and cardiovascular fitness as well. A shade canopy is included. That's very important in our climate, of course. A trash can, a bench, and also a bike rack as well. Regular sort of park amenities are included as well. So here's a view a computer-generated view of the fit lot that we're discussing. The red is, of course, the rubberized safety surfacing. You can see the shade structure there, and then the various types of exercise equipment is available as well. Accessibility is important, and it's among the criteria that are required by AARP in terms of the location selection. Also, Parks and Rec has suggested that we select a location that has a restroom nearby, as well as is accessible by transit. Also wanted to find a park that has a water fountain, a parking lot as well as lots of visibility, and is of course in an existing park. That part is one of the criteria required by AARP. So AARP's selection criteria for the community in which one of these fit lots would be located include that the park is located in a densely populated community or one that has high foot traffic. Also has a population with older adults within a quarter-mile walking distance, and that the community generally be underserved and that may not have the resources to create its own outdoor fitness space, and also that the community in general suffer a high rate of lifestyle-related preventable illnesses, diabetes, obesity, hypertension, the like. Also, one AARP requirement is that it be located along a track or trail or bike path, and of course that the community or the neighborhood lack an existing outdoor fitness space. So with these criteria in mind, Parks and Recreation staff looked closely at our park system and tried to select parks that could meet these criteria and that made sense within our system for this kind of outdoor fitness facility. The top 5 parks that staff considered include Benavides Community Center Park, Valley View Park, which is adjacent to Munson Senior Center, the East Mesa Mini Park, which is adjacent to the Sage Cafe, Apodaca Park, La Buena Vida, and also Sunset Hills Park. Then we evaluated each of these parks with regard to the AARP criteria. And as you can see in the spreadsheet in front of you, the parks that among our selections that met all of the criteria include Benavides Community Center Park and Apodaca Park. Each of the other parks evaluated met many of the criteria, but not all of the criteria. So with that in mind, Parks and Rec staff also evaluated each of these parks with regard to sort of our own criteria that we felt would allow this fit lot to be most useful to residents within Las Cruces. And that include that it's, of course, an existing park, that there be a restroom nearby, that there is a drinking fountain, that parking be available, and that a bus route or bus stop is nearby. So once again, these criteria, the parks that met each of these criteria were Benavides and Apodaca, and additionally Valley View Park also met each of these criteria, though it did miss one of the AARP criteria. So on the 14th of this month, staff took this criteria evaluation of our parks to the Senior Programs Advisory Committee and also to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, seeking their recommendation with regard to which of these locations to recommend for installation of the fit lot. Upon hearing about the presentation and asking questions and reviewing the selection criteria, each of those boards did recommend Benavides Community Center Park as the location. So just wanted to show this to show the possible locations once more. Of course, we wanted to consider parks located in all areas of the city because, of course, each of our districts do require more park infrastructure. And so we wanted to make sure that we considered parks throughout the whole city. Since Benavides was recommended by staff and also by the Senior Programs Advisory Committee and the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee, I wanted to show you how that outdoor fit lot fits within the conceptual master plan for Benavides Community Park. The park is located on McClure, adjacent to 2nd Street and the railroad as well, 2nd Street and the railroad. The community center is indicated here, basically in the center of the diagram you see. And the master plan includes formalizing the baseball practice field, adding additional trees and turf space, as well as trails, the existing playground, which has recently been renovated and improved, the existing basketball court, which will be improved under the Go Bond project, and also an outdoor gym. So this conceptual master plan was developed in concert with public input and from residents within the neighborhood, very enthusiastic participation by those residents, and was completed about 2 years ago. So even 2 years ago, the residents were interested in seeing an outdoor gym located within this park. So in addition to meeting the criteria presented by AARP and the criteria used to evaluate selections by staff, the master plan that's been approved by residents within the vicinity of Benavides also had indicated that they wanted an outdoor gym within their park. So based on those site recommendations from the two boards and staff, this afternoon I'm seeking council approval for the location of the park and of the agreement with AARP. With that, I'll be happy to take questions and answer any questions you may have to the best of my ability.
Thanks, Kathy. Councilor Bencomo, Councilor Beta-Stuvi.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much, Kathy. I definitely agree with the two boards that it should be the Benavides Community Center. I did want to ask you, and maybe if Public Works is on, but you'll know, the Go-Bon trails should be going by here as well, right? Which is a huge, I think, I think it's a good sign that this AARP outdoor gym should go here.
Yes, Councilor Bencomo, Mr. Mayor, absolutely. I apologize for not mentioning that more explicitly. The Armijo Lateral Trail, which is part of the Go Bond project, also the stretch of it that goes along 2nd Street will pass right by Benavides Community Center.
Yeah, thank you, Kathy, for making that clear. And then do you have some of that community data in terms of like those health outcomes that AARP is asking for the 2nd Street neighborhood?
Councilor Bencomo, Mr. Mayor, the data that I was able to find is from the Department of Health website. It is specific to Doña County and not specific even to Las Cruces, I'm afraid. But the best data I could find was related to our county, and it was very clear about the rates of different lifestyle health challenges that people face within our county.
Yeah, thank you, Kathy. I'll definitely I brought this up many times before. I sound like a broken record, but there's a distressed communities index that really narrows down by zip code. And this data is updated pretty frequently, actually. So that would be a good tool. Maybe as my colleagues ask their questions, I'll look at it myself and then come back just to see what I find. But of course, I mean, obviously I would advocate for this, but it really does make sense. I think that you've all done your due diligence to really find the best location. And, you know, as I was preparing for today's meeting, I was prepared to put my gloves on today for this park. I've been talking a lot to City Manager Ifo about honestly the lack of parks in District 4 and even just the infrastructure within our parks. Like Burn Lake has some pretty not pretty benches and shade, and Jason Hedon Park needs some lighting on the basketball courts, right? And so this is an exciting investment in our community as a whole, but definitely for District 4. So thank you, I appreciate it. And I'll go look at that index and maybe come back with some information. Thank you, Kathy, and thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Beta-Stubbe.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Kathy. I was ready as well today to fight for La Buena Vida Park, but it does make sense with all the documents I was reading and with the recommendations of the board that it does fit here. I think one of the interesting things we've been seeing in council is new parks in the newer areas of our district. They're very fun, very creative, different ages. My sector has not gotten to see much of that. And so it is something I would not be doing, I think, a service to my community if I didn't say, at least bring that up, that I do want to make sure that we are investing in our aged areas as well, just as much. And, you know, I certainly would love this in my area as well, but it does make sense for its placement with Buena Vida. That being said, with the area that was mentioned in District 2, just a consideration perhaps for council and for the future, that is an area that is especially having a difficult time right now. If you haven't noticed, the placement is right next to our Good Samaritan Society, which we know has had such a huge devastating impacts from COVID-19 these days. And it is an aged population in the area. Even in that sector, one of the closer elementary schools is Hillrise Elementary. And they had a challenge even about 2 years ago with elementary students coming in having enough because it is such an aged community. And so, you know, they're having those different challenges, and it would be really nice to be able to see different areas for improvement and allowing our aged population and, of course, our younger people as well to be able to be at these parks and get that outdoor exercise together or separate. So as much as I wanted to fight for this one and try to claim it myself, I will defer to Councilor Bencomo, and I do agree with the placement on this one, but would like District 2 to be considered for possible projects in the future, especially, like I said, we saw even a list of upcoming projects, and there's very little happening in my district right now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Ms. Matthews, for your presentation. And of course, thank you to AARP for selecting Las Cruces. And it makes me happy to see that a number of locations were considered. One of them was East Mesa. And I also had my boxing gloves on, but for the East Mesa. And I'm glad, Ms. Matthews, that you showed a picture of the city and the potential locations. And you all saw that the East Mesa, you can see how far away it is from the rest of the city. Benavides is also kind of out there. I remember the first time I went out there, it just felt like it was very far away. But the East Mesa community as a whole, north and south of 70, is lacking in parks, as we've all heard from Councilor Sorg as well. So, but I am very happy that this sounds like a wonderful. I did think that it should be near. Well, anyway, the criteria was wonderful, but what really keeps me from lambasting or anything like that is the fact that the two boards were called upon, and they for the site, and those are the boards, the senior board and the I can't remember the other board, but the fact that they voted on this it makes me happy. So congratulations to you too, Kathy Matthews. I don't know how you were able to compete, but somehow we came out on top on this competition, and hopefully we'll have more of these. I guess it's a grant or a gift. I don't know what it's called. What is it called, Ms. Matthews? What is this called?
It's AARP Fit Lot, and basically it's just a program for that where AARP is providing these fit lots for each of the 50 states in each of the 50 states. So within New Mexico, Las Cruces is the one community to receive this fit lot.
Wow. So how did we get on their radar? I mean, they just.
Councilor Flores, Mr. Mayor, AARP was very conscientiously, and our local organization pressed hard and made the specific recommendation for our community. So it was our local AARP that made the effort and was successful in obtaining this facility for us.
Wow. So we should be thanking Mr. Lynch and our local 1230. So thank you again, Ms. Matthews, for this wonderful work, and I'm glad that we're going to have this
Fit lot.
Yeah, fit lot. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Bencomo, did you have something else to say?
Yes, I just wanted to note that the Economic Innovation Group has 8807, it's by zip code, as they rate zip codes according to several different factors. And then whether it's at risk or a prosperous community, and 88007 is mid-tier, but of course we know that it's right next to 88005, which is an at-risk community, just given several different indicators like poverty rate, number of adults not working, like housing vacancy rate and things like that. So they have it at a 53, from 53 to 100. So I just wanted to note that, which I think I'm happy to send this to everybody. It's a great tool for your neighborhoods. I highly recommend it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Send it, yes.
Okay, great. So if there's nothing further, Christine?
Mayor, I believe we need an amendment to choose the location.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so we'll turn to Councilor Bencomo, since it's her district.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I move an amendment to make the official location of the AARP fit lot at the Benavides Community Center.
I'll second.
Yay.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Bencomo, second by Councilor Sorg, to choose the Benavides Center location. There's no further. Did you have a question, Councilor Flores? No? Okay.
I just forgot to put my hand down, I guess.
Okay. Christine, on the amendment?
This is on the motion to amend Resolution 21-110 to add the location as the Benavides Community Center for the Fit Park. Councilor Betastugi.
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez.
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo.
Yes.
Councilor Sorg.
Yes.
Councilor Flores.
Yes.
Councilor Gandara.
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Okay, great. So now we're going to go to resolution.
Mayor, I need to call the
I'm
final
sorry.
vote.
Oh, that's right. I want to see if you're paying attention there, Christine.
I am. This is on the motion to approve Resolution 21-110 as amended. Councilor Beta Stuvey,
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez,
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo,
Yes.
Councilor Sorg,
Yes.
Councilor Flores,
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta,
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Okay, now we're at item 7.8, Resolution 21-111.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Vasquez. And looks like Andy Hume will discuss.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. This is Andy Hume, Airport Administrator. And I have the privilege of presenting to you the Airport Landscape Master Plan for your consideration. And we'll jump right into the presentation. We're going to talk just a little bit about some of the goals that we have for the project and sort of our progress up to date. We'll also have a presentation by Mr. George Radnovich from Site Southwest, who is our landscape architect on the project. We have some information from the Airport Advisory Board. They provided some great input for us on this project. And then we'll consider some options for your consideration to move forward with this project. So first of all, we want to talk about goals. We had three main goals. One goal is in the immediate term. One is in sort of the short to medium, or I'm sorry, I want to say immediate term. One is in the short to medium term, and then one is certainly looking ahead to long term. So the first one is to create that sense of arrival at the airport. A lot of people, as they're driving by, may look for the red water tower, exit 132, and that's a great landmark. But you don't necessarily know when you get there that you've arrived at the airport. And so that's really one of the immediate attention focus areas that we have for this project. In the short to medium term, we want to focus on some specific design ideas for improving Crawford Drive, which is the entryway to the airport, and then also looking at beautifying the terminal area, which just as a reminder for council is on your council strategic plan for looking at bringing passenger air service back to Las Cruces. And so in conjunction with that, we want to make sure that we have just a beautiful portal for people to arrive and also to depart. So we have a lasting, beautiful impression of Las Cruces. And then we want to look long term. So it's not just today, it's not just a couple years from now, but moving forward as the airport grows, as the industrial park expands, we want to set up sort of the basic design features and the plant palette and those features that are going to provide that beautification, provide that lasting visual impact, and really make it an area where businesses want to locate and expand and to stay for the duration. And then we'll also talk about looking forward to plans for implementing what we're calling Heritage Park. We'll talk about that in just a little bit. So this is just a brief rundown of the planning and design process to date. We've had a number of public input meetings. We've had a public input comment period. We actually had some really quality comments through that comment period. We also had a work session with you all back in September when we talked about the first draft of this document. And so what we're here today, and we also had discussion and a recommendation from the Airport Advisory Board. So we're going to talk about that in a little more detail and hopefully work through any of those options for you all to consider for adoption, hopefully today. So just as a bit of a background, we want to just mention that we did receive a 2019 capital outlay from the state legislature, and we're very appreciative of those funds that we've gotten now for a couple of years from the capital outlay program. And we identified this master plan and some implementation. It's not just a planning project. I want to make that really clear. The plan was meant to be implemented. And so we'll introduce a little bit of phase one discussion, and we'll talk about the impact of this master plan on that. And so with that, I'd like to introduce Mr. George Radnovich, who's landscape architect with Site Southwest, who was our consultant on this project. And with that, Mr. Radnovich, I'll turn it over to you.
Sir, you're on mute.
Oops, sorry about that. Thanks, Andy, and thank you, Mayor and councilors. You may remember we saw you at a study session back in September, as Andy mentioned, and now we're here to ask for adoption of the master plan. We put together a very short slide sequence just to go through some of what you saw earlier and refresh your memories, and then we can get into the meat of it. So next slide, Andy. So the graphic that Andy showed earlier in the presentation is the one on the right. That shows the exact area that we looked at. And within that area, we looked at the potential for median islands along Crawford to create some landscape nodes that are a little more dramatic. Roundabouts along the way for both development of the airport property here and perhaps elsewhere in the future. Because it's a line of pistache trees right now and not really a landscape that's endemic to Las Cruces, we looked at the introduction of some fragments of local Chihuahuan desert here and there along that alley of pistache trees. A new trail that would connect the airport to riders along the frontage road and north of the freeway of I-10. We have a pedestrianized drop-off planned into the plan near the current terminal, but between the current terminal and potentially that interim terminal as the airport grows to the east. And then some new signage, which we're about to start the design on if we have adoption of this plan. And then the Heritage Park, which I'll talk a little bit more in detail about when we get there in this presentation. So as I said, we haven't designed the signage yet, but we're thinking about something that really is striking and dramatic. Maybe something with some vertical elements, perhaps with the addition of a median island. And this would be really close to the intersection of the frontage road with Crawford. And some examples are shown over at the left. But we really envision this as being a welcoming, very, very intense kind of entryway into the airport that really says Las Cruces. And you've entered this, this great airport that can serve you in many ways. Next slide. The roundabouts were something that came up in discussion at the Airport Advisory Committee. And we still like to propose them. Of course, they're not needed right now. Once the parcels that are adjoin Crawford on the way into the airport start to get developed, they may become more necessary, but they're a way to not only control traffic, but also a way to create wayfinding and a kind of here to perhaps have art or other kinds of uses beyond just directing traffic. And we saw those at two locations at the along Crawford Road, and they would develop as the airport develops potentially. Next slide. This is the airport proper, and the idea is really to concentrate our design and the ideas around this part of the airport property, really from Zia and Crawford east to and to develop the landscape between the current terminal, the new potential terminal to its east, and a drop-off area in there that could act as a water harvesting feature and also create a much more logical drop-off for people, whether they choose to turn right on Gasoline Alley or go all the way up to Zia. They'd be able to drop passengers off once commercial travel gets reinstated at the airport. The other thing is, as the airport parking grows, we saw an entrance to the parking off of Gasoline Alley, and as that parking expands, it would expand to the east between that exit or that entrance that we're showing just to the east of the Heritage Park, right there, and the next road, which would be built right there, which is platted but not built yet. And then for overflow, the road to the east over by the parcels where some of the airport properties that are leased out are. Next slide. Thanks for being the cursor, Andy. This slide shows the Heritage Park. The Airport Advisory Committee would like us to look more closely at the Heritage Park and develop a couple of options beyond this one. So in the plan, we've stated that this one is one of what could be other options for the Heritage Park. But the overall goals for the Heritage Park are really to create a place that Las Cruces can celebrate its aviation history, both with people and with events, and then also tie in with some of that history by having exhibits that illustrate some of the planes that have taken off there, that use it now, and some older planes that call back to the time when there was a Air Force base in the vicinity. It would also offer a view of the entire airport and to some degree a view of the runways to the airport. There'd be a community gathering space as part of it, and the part of it that's really the gathering space is that which is within that circular area to the north, the small circular area, which is the plaza, and then the one that Andy was just pointing to, which is the larger circular area. The smaller circular area shows the vantage point to the airport and to the runways. The larger with shade structures that would help to define it and to provide a more comfortable space. And there's an option for a shade sail type structure that you see off to the right. And then that area to the south of that would include some display spaces for older aircraft around a circular walk that would talk about the airport's heritage and aviation's heritage in Las Cruces. And so it might display planes, one of which I think Andy has picked out, for along that walk, and talk about the history of aviation and the important individuals that helped to create an aviation history in Las Cruces. In this particular plan, it shows the southern portion of the park to be a little more naturalistic, except to create a little bit of screening, I'll say, for that electrical vault, which you see pretty plainly as you enter the airport, so that it kind of screens that until the time comes to move those electrical facilities. The whole park would be ADA accessible, including the ramp up to that viewing area at the top of the ramp. And it would offer both park space and space to have events and to talk about the history of Las Cruces aviation. Next slide. The other thing we wanted to do with the master plan is to create a master plan that shows how sustainable the airport could be in terms of water, especially. And so we developed quite a few strategies to harvest water, both at the drop-off and along Crawford and other areas along Zia and the front of the airport property. So the road would be crowned, just like Crawford is now. And the water in that crowned section of road would then be directed to plantings along the edges of Crawford and along the edges and the center of Zia. In front of the terminal, there would be a pedestrian refuge and crosswalks that go from the parking area to the airport. And in those refuges, we would be harvesting water as well from that redeveloped section of the drop-off, with drop-offs on both sides and then a through road. So there would be 2 lanes of traffic and parking, one for parking and drop-off, the other for through traffic. And of course, there would be landscaping conducive to Las Cruces and its desert. Next slide. And these are just some examples of what could be there. We stress the pinks, the reds, and the yellows in these plants. And this is just a sampling of what could be. It's a pretty big project in the entirety of it once it gets going. But concentrating on local flora, it would use plants that are native to the Chihuahuan Desert primarily, or to the Sierra Madre in Mexico and the Organ Mountains. So really take a regional approach to the landscape, including plants like mesquite and the maverick mesquite and desert willow for color, agaves, atriplex, which is a salt bush, and many other plants that have a lot of color and a lot of kind of local presence and local really just to show off the local desert that Las Cruces, that makes Las Cruces so special. And I think that was my last slide for the presentation. I believe Andy has some more. Andy, did you want to talk about the phasing? You're on mute. And I'll stay on, everyone, to answer any questions or anything Andy wants me to talk about. Did you want to talk about the phasing, Andy?
Yeah, I want to bring up a couple of things. Again, this goes back to what we talked about when we were talking about goals. And phase 1 is really to implement the immediate goals. So George mentioned the entryway signage and beginning to look at Crawford as that entry alley. And so those really where we're headed with phase 1. And so we're pretty excited about that. It's not, as I mentioned at the outset, it's not just about planning. The next phase with Site Southwest is moving into phase 1 for implementation. So with that, we will continue. So I want to talk just a minute, Mr. Chair and Council, about some of the recommendations from the advisory board. As George mentioned, they did recommend adoption, but they recommended it with an amendment requesting that Heritage Park be identified as a placeholder rather than the design that you all saw as part of the this draft proposal, or this draft master plan. And I want to just talk for a couple of minutes about the 2 main comments that were raised. One sort of revolved around the value of that raised plaza as a viewing area, and the recommendation that perhaps there would be other sites that would be provide better views of the airport. And then the second was regarding the raised area, that hill for the raised plaza, blocking visibility from the terminal. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to just sort of talk about those just for a minute and go into a little bit of detail like we did with the advisory board for you all here in this conversation. So I'd like to talk about the second item first. And so as you're approaching north, from south to north on Crawford, this area right here is going to be raised up about 15 feet. And you can see here a cross section in as to what that raised plaza would look like. And it'd be a pretty substantial elevation, but feel like 15 feet. And then the plaza itself, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, George, is 60 feet in diameter. So it's going to be a pretty sizable area. So the concern is understandable. However, what that would really require us to do if we went with this design is to provide some additional directional signage at the intersection. We already do have a business directory that's located. We actually just recently updated it. It's got our brand new logo on it, and it looks really sharp, I may say. I'm a little biased, but I'll say that. And so we do provide some directional signage here already, but augmenting that with some directional signage pointing to the terminal could be a way to ameliorate that situation. So that's one of the items that was brought up. A suggestion was made that perhaps the viewing area would be brought to the south. That was a suggestion that was made. I'm not going to go into a whole lot of detail about that because, again, this would require more analysis and if it's the will of the council. But we do have various apparatus. I think apparatuses here at the south end. We have a communication tower, and then we have our electrical vault. So one of the things that you don't see in this drawing is all of the electrical lines that are running underneath lengthwise, as well as other utilities that are here in ZIA as well. So great care and deliberation was made as to where to put this in this particular design. And I'm not saying that there aren't other design options. I'm just giving you some insight as to this particular option. Now, as far as the initial concern about the value as a viewing area, I'd like to make a couple of points about that. The first is that the staff would submit that the viewing areas are not mutually exclusive. So, for instance, we already have one viewing area. It's in the 8960 building. It's a second-story observation deck. It's on the small side, for sure, but it has fantastic views of the airport. It really does. But it's specifically an observation deck. This provides a very different experience because, number one, you're outside, and number two, I had a chance to sort of climb on we have a dirt mound right now in this area. We're trying to be strategic and make sure that we had fill for the park. So I had a chance to go and step on top of this, and this looks straight down Taxiway Bravo and like right into the heart of the airport. So plus it's outside, so you get some more of the outside experience with that as well. But one of the things, and I want to harken back to an earlier slide that George had, is what's the goal of the park? Is the goal, certainly the viewing area is a significant feature of the park, but it's not necessarily the goal of the park. And so I wanted to just submit those. We had a chance to talk a little bit about them at the Airport Advisory Board, and I wanted to share some of the comments, not only from the board and from the comments that we received, but also some of staff's comments as well in that discussion. So with that, let's see here. Let me go find my cursor. Here we go. So among other options, perhaps, there's probably two main ones that we would like to provide for consideration. One is approving the master plan as presented. It includes the Heritage Park design that you just saw, or approve the master plan with the recommendation from the Airport Advisory Board. If we do that, and we can do that, I've already talked with George about perhaps looking at further designs if we need to. It would require a change order for some additional time and expense to do that. Both are certainly doable. And then also, we would not develop a lot of other designs. 1 or 2 additional designs. We really have a lot of other constraints that we need to consider. So really making sure that we take those and get some further development if that is the will of the board, or the council rather. One thing I want to say is it will not hold up phase 1. Heritage Park is much further in the future. So if we decide that you want to go into a little bit more discussion on this, we can do that. But we will continue to move forward with phase 1 implementation upon recommendation of the master plan. So with that, Mr. Chair, thank you very much, and council, for your attention. And George and I are here to answer any questions.
Very good, Andy. Thank you. So let's see if there's any questions here. Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you so much. Excuse me. Thank you so much, Mr. Hume and Mr. Radnovich. It's nice to see you again. Site Southwest does an excellent job, and I'm very happy with this. And I have been at all of the meetings that Mr. Hume listed at the beginning of presentations, except for the August 5 meeting. And yes, Andy, this question is for you. At the most recent meeting we had, or the AAB held, one of the board or previous board member, I believe, brought up the raised level of Heritage Park. So, and how that would probably get in the way of maybe airplanes or views, or the view wouldn't be all that great. Can you, is that a factor in what you presented today? That concern that was held by that AAB member?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and Councilor Flores. It should provide it wouldn't provide any impact to any flight operations. So we don't, there's no concern as far as any aircraft impacts or anything like that. From the standpoint of the view, you know, there probably would be other better viewpoints. And I don't think that any of the viewing areas would necessarily be mutually exclusive. I think having this one and having a half a dozen others around the airport would be a good thing. There are certain circumstances when the building at 8960 is closed, so the public would not necessarily have access to that observation area. So this would provide an alternate observation area. It doesn't get you right up close and next to the aircraft like an observation area would that's inside of the fence. But again, it's taken within the context of what the park is intended to achieve. It would still sort of get you up in the air and get you looking over the fence and into the airfield. So those are some of the, you know, that's sort of a, you know, point counterpoint, I guess, to the conversation.
So is Heritage Park something that would be not, how should I say, any planning or construction or any work on that development? That part wasn't part of this master plan? I guess I'm confused as to the timeline, or whether this was, I mean, because Mr. Radnovich did present that option, or did present that aspect. So sure. Can you explain that to me?
Absolutely. Mr. Mayor, Councilor Flores, we see at least probably 4 to 6 phases of implementation of the master plan, given resources. So phase 1 is going to be that entry phase and beginning to develop down Crawford. The Heritage Park is probably going to cost in the neighborhood of $400,000 to $500,000 to fully outfit it, do all the grading and compacting and concrete work and everything, and the planting and everything. So that's going to be a phase that's going to be much farther in the future. So it's not going to impact the immediate implementation, we would be looking at that, a couple years or more down the road as we look at funding for that. Hopefully that provides clarification.
Yes, it does. Thank you, Mr. Hume. So we can move along in implementing certain phases at this point. We can move along. We can start with the 1.1 million has been allocated, and then later seek funding for Heritage Park.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and then the viewing area that you're referring to is in the old terminal, the old not terminal, but the old building where RB holds its meetings.
That is correct. Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Flores. Yeah, where we previously held non-Zoom meetings with the board.
Yes.
Yes, in that building there in the conference room. If you walk in the doors off of Zia and walk straight back toward the airfield, there's a spiral staircase that goes up to the second floor, and the observation deck is up there.
Yes, I've been there. Dr. Martinez gave me a tour when I first was introduced to the board a couple of years ago or so. I guess going on 3 years now. But that area would require a lot of work too, Mr. Hume. I mean, that area, with all due respect, I went up those spiral staircase, and it's really for someone who's physically fit, thin, and not afraid of, some of it had a rickety appearance. I don't know if it is in fact rickety, if it's safe, but that would require a lot of work too. And I guess you would have to be looking at both options or other options for but Heritage Park, the concept behind that, I like the idea a lot, because the idea is also to have it become a park, a place where people go to maybe on the weekends, and who knows, have some of our youth become members of the EAA, and then there'd be, that would be fabulous. And then we would also have lots of stores there, eateries, and just have it like a regular day at the park type of place. So I do hope, I know that, and I do not in any way disrespect the views of the board members, or the one board member who is very concerned about the height or the elevation of the viewing area of Heritage Park. But it just seemed like, I truly hope it isn't an impediment and that it can be done that way. I think the plan is fantastic, and hopefully we'll have it, in the near future, after the initial phases are done with. Thank you very much, Mr. Human. Thank you again, Mr. Radovich, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Mr. Mayor, can I just address one thing really quickly, Mr. Mayor?
Sure, of course, Andy.
Thank you very much. And Councilor Flores, I'd like to address one thing. You're correct in that observation deck needs a lot of work, and we've begun working on upgrading it. We're replacing some of the windows and just trying to get it cleaned up. It is structurally sound. I want to make sure, if anybody comes for a tour, we want to make sure that it's, but being a bigger guy, it is a little bit, it is sometimes, you got to make the tight twist up there. I think though, what this really brings up is the importance of creating those viewing spaces. And I think that's really the genesis behind the comment, was that we need to look at every possible. Oh, let me turn me down a little bit here. I might be creating some feedback here. What we would want to be doing is looking at every possible opportunity as development occurs, as new buildings are built, as new hangars are developed, every possible opportunity for expanding those viewing areas. Because, Councilor, you hit the nail right on the head. Getting the younger generation involved in aviation, getting them excited about that, being a part of the EAA, and speaking, for myself, I've loved aviation my whole life, but I never had the opportunities to get involved into it until now. So I think that really speaks to just more exposure, more viewing areas into the airfield. And I think really that was the point of the the comment. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. Anybody else? Well, that was an excellent presentation, very thorough, very comprehensive. It's amazing, Andy, where you take in the airport. For the longest time, it just sat there, it's just kind of bland. But you guys are really doing a fantastic job, and thanks to you also from our site Southwest for what you all are doing and looking good.
Thank
And
you.
we have to give a lot of credit to Councilor Flotis because she sits on that airport board. I don't know if she does anything, but
No,
I'm just
I don't
kidding.
do
I'm
anything.
just joking.
I don't. I don't do anything.
She's a
I
moving
just-
force.
He just hangs out, Mr. Mayor.
You muted yourself.
I just, yeah, especially now that we Zoom, I just, sit here and just eat my
Yeah.
meals and whatever. But seriously, I listen to the board very carefully and to everything. And I want to say, Mr. Mayor, that you'll be pleased to know that you probably already know this, but us, Site Southwest, are also the people that worked on the East Loman
Oh, yeah.
implant. And what I love about, I fell in love with this whole thing, I think the minute George said, we look at plants that are native to the Chihuahuan Desert. And today he added the Oregon Mountain and I think the Mexican Range or something. But anyway, they're very sensitive to what's good for our environment and what's really native to us here. So yeah, it's great. It's been fun. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so it looks like we've got some more comments here. So Councilor Vasquez, Bencomo, and Gandara.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for this presentation. I really like how fast this project is moving. I think from seeing a conceptual design and discussing it at our work session to now approving it and having the input of the Airport Advisory Board is exciting to be here now. And in fact, I was just thinking about that entryway kind of signage / artwork and just really appreciate the thoughtfulness around that. I think the mayor's right. I mean, I think we've all been to our airport and probably wished it was just a little bit more appealing to visitors visually as well. And so, I could see how we could do this type of entryway signage, in other places around the city and also think boldly and also think creatively about how we welcome folks into different parts of our city. Maybe not the egg beaters that El Paso has on the highway on Airway Boulevard and I-10, but certainly something just as creative as that will just. Those are the types of things that people remember when they visit a city and when they and in this case when they visit the airport. So appreciate all the work. The Heritage Park idea again is a terrific idea. Would love that to be on the list of Visit Las Cruces' top 10 things to do in Las Cruces, right? Sit at Heritage Park for lunch and watch the airplanes take off. That could be a thing, especially with those beautiful mountains, the Robledos and the Uvas and the Organs right all around you. So let's make it that, right? Let's make it a destination. Let's make it one of those top 10 things to do in Las Cruces. So fully supportive of this. I guess my only question to Andy around the airport advisory comment. So I'm not sure if staff was in favor of a particular option in terms of accepting the airport advisory board's recommendations or to adopt the plan as is. Andy, did I miss that in terms of if there's a particular staff recommendation, or are you not recommending anything at this point?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, for this particular item, staff does not have a preference one way or the other. Regardless, both options do approve the master plan. In the case of the second option, it would still approve the master plan and we would move forward with phase one. I respect greatly, as Councilor Flores mentioned, the input from the Airport Advisory Board. I will say that, as I mentioned earlier, that certainly a lot of thought and deliberation went into the concept that's in the design, but it's not necessarily the only design. And so, I want to make sure. Bottom line is, I want to be even-handed. In this particular case, I want to give due respect to the input from the Airport Advisory Board, as well as certainly the recommendations from Site Southwest.
Okay, thank you, Andy. Yeah, that's a little bit tough. I mean, we put these advisory boards together for a reason. I know we want to obviously solicit the input of experts and people who care about this place, certainly people who have probably been at the airport as longtime tenants and users and advisors. And so I do want to make sure we are taking into consideration those voices and those opinions, because again, they are advising us in many aspects of what's happening there. So my initial inclination is to go with the recommendation of the Airport Advisory Board and make that amendment. However, I don't feel strongly either way. And so if other members of the council feel otherwise, would be happy to go with the original plan too. But those are my thoughts for now. Thank you so much.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just make one, just make sure that I made this point, if I may. If it's decided that we want to go with the recommendation of the Airport Advisory Board, we certainly will not be scrapping the design that you saw. That would move forward in the consideration. So you would see that design again if you decide to go forward with further discussion on the Heritage Park. So just I just wanted to make sure that's clear. I don't know if I was clear in my presentation.
Thank you for that clarification, Andy. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Looks like Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Andy, and Sites by Southwest. Very much appreciated. You put so much thought into this, and I've been excited about this since our work session. So I'm glad that we are here. Yes, I do have a couple questions. I'll stick with this because I still feel unclear, and I'm sorry, I missed it. I had a dog catastrophe happening over here, so I have to step away for a second. But so the recommendations from the advisory board around Heritage Park, Andy, you're saying, according to this slide, you are saying that some of those recommendations would require additional funds and approximately 45 days to the total end of the project, timeline of the project. Is that what you're saying here?
Sure. Mr. Chair, Councilor Bencomo, if the will of the council is to explore further options for the Heritage Park, we would seek a change order to the contract with Site Southwest to extend that portion of the contract 45 days. There would be some additional cost, as I mentioned, about up to $7,500. It would not derail any plans moving forward for phase one. So we would still move forward with phase one construction drawings and keep that process going. All it would do is say, okay, we want to develop one or two additional options to consider for the Heritage Park.
Okay. When did you originally present this to us, Andy?
It was the end of September, I believe, the 28th, I believe.
Okay, so it was several months ago. Were these similar concerns posed by the advisory board back then, or were they presented the master plan at a different time?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Bencomo, let me go back to, so on the, this shows the recommendation date. I believe it was November 17th. It would have been the third Thursday in November. That's when we typically have our meetings, that we presented to the Airport Advisory Board the refined draft. It was essentially the same draft that you all saw in September. We had that meeting in the middle of our public comment period. So we had an opportunity in that public comment period to have discussion, and then we received the remainder of public comments between then, and I believe the 10th of December, I believe was the end date for that. All of those comments were then put into the draft that you all have before you today. So all of those comments were integrated into that. So hopefully that, so there was sort of draft 1, which you all saw in September. I guess you would say draft 1A, which is what the board saw in November, December, and then you're seeing draft 2.0 with all of those comments integrated.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I know that, like, in the context of the entire cost of this very aspirational plan, $7,500 might not seem like so much, right? And at the same time, like, this has been a very, I think, efficient and effective planning process, right? So I'm happy with what you presented, but I also, you know, I do understand that, like, you know, we definitely want to take that consideration from the advisory board. And I know that we've had many opportunities, right, for that public input. So yeah, this is definitely a tough one. Can I ask you also on the phasing? How did you determine that? Is it by cost? Is it by priority of, how did you prioritize the phases?
Sure, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo. Phase 1 was prioritized as number 1 based on really that immediate need, that establishing that entry point. And we have 125,000 identified for that in the same capital outlay program. And so that's where phase 1 rose to the, you know, the cream rose to the top on that one. The remainder of the phases are more so being looked at from a chronological perspective rather than a cost perspective. So for instance, wanting to make sure however far down Crawford we get, we want to finish Crawford in phase 2. Phase 3 would really want to focus on the terminal area, particularly if we go through that process of, you know, getting passenger service reestablished and upgrading our terminal and stuff. You know, phase 4, phase 5 would really be sort of the Heritage Park and or continuing the landscaping around on Wingspan, further down Zia, Wingspan, Gasoline Alley, those other roads around it. You know, so 4 and 5 are sort of interchangeable depending on cost, but that's sort of the way that we've looked at prioritizing more on a timeline rather than on cost at this point.
Okay, that's really helpful to understand. So which made me think of another question in terms of the Heritage Park. Are the considerations from the board, are those the issues they've raised, like safety concerns, like actual infrastructure, physical concerns of the current plan, or are they more superficial, like optic concerns?
You know, I'd have to go back and look at the specific wording of the comments. I don't recall the comment being necessarily a safety concern, just the way that I recall it was that as you're coming here on Crawford, this will be, you know, if you're here, you're looking over, trying to find the terminal, which is over here. And so it'll be basically in your way. As you can see from the cutaway here, this area here will slope back away from the street. So they're really, we have to maintain sight triangles. We have to, you know, make sure that traffic is operating in a safe manner. So there really shouldn't be any safety issues particularly involved. But I think it was more a visibility perspective. I can go back and look at those comments again. But that was my impression and really what I recall the crux of the comments at the advisory board.
Okay, thank you, Andy. That's helpful to understand.
Sure.
Thanks, Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and last, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Andy and Site Southwest. I agree with my colleagues. What a great process. Very, I was like, didn't they just present? And to think it was in September, right? I'm impressed. So, I feel like if our board is suggesting that there might be other sites that have better visibility and not infringe on the visibility of the terminal, that we should really think about that and take the time, spend the money to look thoroughly at it. I would assume that Site Southwest has done some of that already. I'm not sure, maybe they haven't, but the people on the board are people who use the airport regularly, and really are forward thinkers, I think. And so I appreciate the feedback, and I would recommend that we really not slow this down, but take that under consideration and amend the contract to include this piece of it. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. All right, well, thanks for the presentation, Andy. And you're saying, so theoretically, you don't need us to really make any amendments. We're good to go as is?
Mr. Chair, in this particular case, what I'm hearing as consensus from the board, if I'm hearing correctly, or the council, is that you would approve the landscape master plan as amended per the recommendation of the advisory board. So it would be an amendment, an amended approval based on, it would basically be option number 3.
Okay, so then we need an amendment to go to option number 3. Someone want to make that?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Flores, second by Councilor Sorg to amend this resolution to pick option number 3. Okay. Christine, on the amendment?
I just want to confirm with Andy, is it the recommendation of the Airport Advisory Board?
Yes, it would be approving the master plan with the recommendation of the advisory board. So it would be that amendment. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I just wanted to verify.
Sure, no problem.
Okay, so this is on the motion to amend Resolution 21-111 to approve the landscape master plan per recommendation from the Airport Advisory Board. So Councilor Beta-Stubbe.
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez.
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo.
Yes.
Councilor Sorg.
Yes.
Councilor Flores.
Yes.
Councilor Gandara.
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Okay, so now we're back on the, did you say something? Did you have something, Andy?
Oh, I just said thank you for that. Appreciate it.
I guess we're back on the main motion now. So anybody have any other questions? Okay. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 21-111 as amended. Councilor Beta-Stubbe.
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez.
Yes.
Como.
Yes.
Councilor Sorg.
Yes.
Councilor Flores.
Yes.
Councilor Gandara.
Yes. Sorry.
Mayor.
Yes. Okay, so now we're going to go to item 7.9, Council Bill number 21-025, ordinance number 2958. Need a motion and second.
Move to approve.
Second, Beta-Stubbe.
A motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Beta-Stubbe. Looks like Mr. Tim Pitts, Dr. Tim Pitts will be making the presentation.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Larry Nichols, Community Development. Today's ordinance discussion is related to the repealing of the 2009 International Energy Conservation Code and replacing it with the 2018 International Energy Conservation Code, as was amended and adopted by the State of New Mexico and Construction Industries Division. I and Dr. Pitts have a brief presentation regarding the ordinance, and we'll share the screen now. Okay, let's see if I can get that to reduce to the, hopefully you are seeing the screen now.
Yes.
Well, as mentioned a moment ago, this is going to be about the energy code. Currently, we are on the 2009 energy code, but recently the State of New Mexico Construction Industries Division amended and adopted that and has made it a mandatory requirement that the other jurisdictions in the State of New Mexico adopt the code as well. So there we are. The 1998 was our first energy conservation code, which we adopted, and we moved to the 2009. And that's currently the one that we utilize for our building code requirements now. And as mentioned, the state and CID office mandated this update. The licensing regulation commission adopted this back in September of 2020 after they had done extensive outreach to the state and other jurisdictions within the state. And then the Construction Industry Division has issued an equal mandate, if you will, that permits issued after March 2021 must comply with the 2018 International Energy Conservation Code. And of course, we here in Las Cruces, the Community Development Building Safety Program, we want to remain compliant. And so with the discussion and adoption today, we'll ensure that that happens by March 2021. The building code in New Mexico were adopted at the state level and are now enforced in the statewide in all jurisdictions. Local adoption must at least must be no less stringent than the state code. It can be more stringent, but not less stringent. And currently, the 2009 Energy Conservation Code is less stringent than the 2018. Therefore, we would be out of compliance with CID if we did not adopt the 2018 Energy Code. And with that, I'll yield the floor to Dr. Pitts.
Thanks, Larry.
Thank you, Larry and Mr. Mayor, Council. I'll talk a little bit about what the 2018 Energy Code does for us, what differences there are between the 2009 and the 2018, and the way we will be enforcing things a little bit differently. So just to let you know what the Energy Code is about, that it really deals with the different climate zones in the country. And there are different ones for different places. And so we have our own climate zone that has specific rules that we'll be applying. The idea of the code is to reduce energy use over the life of the building. So we're looking to have cost savings on an annual basis that should offset the cost of the initial construction. And this should be a benefit to homeowners and society by improving the cost effectiveness, comfort, and sustainability. And that's something probably not enough discussed when we do the energy conservation, is that we're talking about the comfort of people. It's much more comfortable to be in a building that doesn't require a whole lot of heating or a whole lot of cooling. The code will apply to all buildings, whether new or renovated, and then it sets minimum requirements for energy features. So primarily what it's dealing with is things like windows and insulation and doorways and ducting, and anything that might lose energy is what the code is. And then it also deals with issues like your thermostat, using a programmable thermostat. It deals with things in a commercial building, like making sure the lights turn off at night, and things like that save energy without hurting the performance of the building. Okay, go ahead, Larry. So just to let you know where we sit. So there we are in southern New Mexico. We're in what's called climate zone 3B. That's 3 meaning it's a relatively short winter, and the B meaning it's a very dry winter, or a very dry climate. So we have slightly different rules than the rest of New Mexico. There's only a couple of counties that fit in this 3B category. Go ahead, Larry. What we are doing right now is we are going through the code and determining what the differences are primarily for home builders and for new homes. What we're finding is that there's going to be need for different construction types. So for instance, probably the biggest change that our local builders will get is in the insulation requirement, that we're going to go from an R13 requirement in the walls to an R20 requirement in the walls. So that's about a 50% increase in the amount of insulation they have to put in the walls, which for most builders is probably going to mean they're going to have to go from a 2x4 to a 2x6 in the exterior walls. And that's an increase in cost, and we're aware of that. We're working with the builders right now to see if we can come up with some innovative methods to save in construction materials, but still meet this requirement. The cost of the insulation is not the problem; it's the cost of the lumber. So we have some ideas, and we're working with the builders, and we're gonna be sharing ideas to make sure that we can meet the code, but also do it in a cost-effective manner. Go ahead, Larry. And these slides are coming from that presentation we're intending to do with the builders to talk about it. The expectation, this is from a study Larry found, the expectation that by going to the new energy conservation code in our climate zone, people may be able to save as much as $500 a year in energy costs, which is a significant savings. There will be increase in cost. We believe it will be offset from a conservation and sustainability perspective. We believe that the cost savings from this higher energy conservation requirements will be able to pay off much faster than doing something like putting solar on your house or doing anything like that. That this is a much more effective way of achieving sustainability efforts. So that's our presentation. I'll hand it back to Larry to conclude.
Yes, you know what, as I mentioned earlier on in the presentation, we did have the requirement from the state of New Mexico. It was a mandate that we adopt and have it enforced, have it in compliance by March 15th. Actually, the date is 15th of March. So we'll set about doing that. And with that, we stand for questions you may have about the adoption of the 2018 International Energy Conservation Code.
Thanks, Larry. Any questions? So let me just, so far it doesn't look like any. So let me just ask you something, Larry. So did I hear you say, so now houses are going to have to be built with 2x6 construction instead of 2x4?
And Mr. Mayor, this is Larry, Community Development. There are alternative methods of doing that. One of the most direct methods, Mayor, is 2x6 with a 2x6 bottom sill plate and a 2x6 top plate, and then the 2x6 studs. That gives an ample space of over 5.5 inches, which allows for an R value of about R19 for insulation. And then the other materials on each side of that bring it up to the R20. There are alternate methods and means of doing this. One way is to have a 2x6 bottom plate and top plate and stagger 2x4 studs, so that you get that depth that you need for the higher rated insulation value. It won't necessarily mean that only 2x6 walls would be needed. There are other methods of doing it.
So basically then just the perimeter of the house is going to be the 2x6. The interior, like the bedrooms or the interior walls, they can still be 2x4s?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, Larry Nichols. That's absolutely correct. The perimeter is where what they call the insulating envelope for a structure. It has to do with the walls, the ceilings, the doors and the windows. And so it's the perimeter wall. And normally in a house of the size that we're an average home here in Las Cruces, your perimeter lineal footage is somewhere between 150 or 200 lineal feet. So that 200 or lineal feet would need to be built in some fashion that would allow for the R20 insulating value.
Okay, and you said that it could be staggered, so a 2x6, then a 2x4, then another 2x6. Is that what I heard you say?
Mr. Mayor, this is Larry. Not exactly, Mayor. You could go with 2x6 construction. That's just uniform, all 2x6s. If you go to the alternate method that we mentioned, 2x4s would be staggered. There would be no 2x6 studs involved in the wall. It would be a 2x4 on the outside of the 2x6 plate, and then the next one would be on the inside of the 2x6 plate.
Oh.
So you get this staggering, and that gives you the 5.5 inches of
I gotcha.
for the insulation.
Okay. Looks like we have our first question, Councilor Beta-Stubbe.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Larry, for the presentation. For my clarification on this, this code, does it already apply to already built homes as well, or just the new construction?
Thank you for the question, Mayor and Councilor Beta-Stubbe, Larry Nichols. It will not be a retrofit. It will be for construction that March 15th is the mandated date for the implementation of the code.
Okay, and then any remodels on homes would then need to abide by that standard as well?
And Mayor, Councilor Beta-Stubbe, Larry Nichols, the idea and the principle here of all of this is to find ways of economizing and saving energy cost and usage. So it will apply to not only residential construction, but commercial construction, alterations, additions, any of those projects.
Okay.
Just to clarify, Larry, but if they're building an interior room, it probably wouldn't be applicable because they could still use 2x4s. Now, if they built an exterior addition, then it probably would be the 2x6. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, Larry Nichols, that's correct, Mayor. It's the outside envelope that is being addressed. The interior does not receive insulation, and it would not under this code as well.
Very good.
I appreciate that. I know we've had a lot of home remodels during this time and weekend worker projects, so I'm just checking in on that. So thank you, Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Okay, anybody else? Okay, seeing none. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve ordinance 2958. Councilor Beta-Stubbe?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, so now we're going to go to board appointments. I know you don't show it there, but this was a last minute addition. This won't need a vote, it's just a discussion or just a mention. To the Health and Human Services Advisory Committee, Councilor Bencomo would like to appoint Joe Provencio. Okay. And notice of proposed ordinances. There'll be no public discussion. Councilor may ask staff for clarification of the proposed ordinance. And that would be item 9.1, Council Bill number 21-026, ordinance number 2959.
Bring it forward.
Bring it forward. Okay, now we're going to go to City Council member board reports and comment. I have a few things. So this was kind of a fast issue, and I wrote it on my own behalf. Of course, if council wants to join, they can. Basically, this was to the Sabin Center for Climate Change Law. I asked to have my name added to the local government coalition amicus brief supporting the challenge to the rollback of the federal motor vehicle standards and highlighting city's work in responding to climate change and transportation pollution. So the current administration, Mr. Trump that is, he wanted to actually roll back the miles per gallon on vehicles. You know, we've slowly, as time has gone on, they've become more and more fuel efficient, and they wanted to roll it back. So it didn't really have that. And so I didn't think that was good. So I just, you know, took it upon myself to do that. Now, look, if council wants to eventually want to do a resolution to say the whole council supports it, that's fine. I just wanted to let you know that I did that over the weekend. And the other thing is on the public participation, where they were talking about the going into various riverbeds. And I was just wondering, Ifo, if we could take a look at certain areas like that, that perhaps we could put those big posts that prohibit motor vehicle traffic, or in this case, UTV traffic. There may be a few places, I don't know, but it's, I think, worth taking a look at to see if that's something that we might be able to do. Ifo there? Yeah. Because then, yeah.
Look, Mayor, can you hear me and see me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. So you heard about the post, just to take a look at, you know, because that is a strong concern, and and if it's something there that we can do, and we have done that in the past. There's certain areas that, you know, if they put the little post there, it blocks out certain traffic. People can still walk through. I don't know if that's something that we have available. And since I have you, what I wanted to run by council, if it's okay to do this, you know, in the past, we would only meet with the city. Let me just clarify this to the public. So city councilors can talk to the city manager anytime, but for all of us to talk to the city manager, we usually do it just twice a year. And so it's been suggested this would be probably good to maybe look at having our meetings with you every quarter, so that we can have a little bit more communication, and that's with the council meeting with you. Hopefully that's something council would support, and you wouldn't have a problem with that. I think that just lends itself to being able to communicate. You know, the communication is the key to everything, you know, and you know, whether you have questions of us as a whole, because you never get a chance to do that, as vice versa, us to kind of, you know, be a little proactive and just, I think you're doing a great job, especially under today's conditions. But yet I think that it's always good to have that opportunity to have a little bit more input. And so if you're okay with that, and if council's okay with that, then we'll probably start doing that every quarter instead of every 6 months. Now, we won't give you a raise every quarter, by the way. So, okay, good.
Thank you.
And then the last thing is, the other day when we had our work session, and we were doing the monies for the restaurants. Remember those community vouchers? So I found out that a few restaurants didn't want to participate, because let me tell you, this is the way I understand the process. I don't think Brian Kavanaugh is on the, Okay, so this is the way I understand the process is that a community member will bring in the voucher, and I think they're $10. And so let's say they bring in 20 of them, 30 of them, that's $300. And some restaurants are hesitant to take it because they don't get paid right away. It may take them 2 weeks to get reimbursed. You know, if let's say they drop it off on a Tuesday and maybe they don't get around to it till the following Friday, and then they don't get to check the following Friday. So what I was wanting to do was do basically a press release asking if there's any banks, community banks out there, or any bank that is willing to work with our local businesses, specifically restaurants, to do a line of credit, a small line of credit. And basically what, for those of you who may or may not be aware of what a line of credit is, it could be as small as $1,000. It could be $5,000, maybe even 10. And basically what the banks do is they look at a business's business and they kind of evaluate it to see if they're able to provide them that line of credit. And so basically what they would do is the restaurants then can tap into that line of credit using it as cash. And then when they get reimbursed from FYI, then they take that money and they can pay that line of credit off. This way here, there's no roadblock into having other restaurants not being able to participate. So this is not going to require any action on the city's part. I just wanted, if it's okay, I'll work with EFO and then he can work with the communications office to come up with something. And there may be some banks that are willing to do it. There may be some that aren't, but I just wanted to be fair and put that out there for the banks to see if they'd be willing to do some lines of credit for our business owners. Okay, that's all I've got. Okay, thanks. Okay, so now I'm going to turn to Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I've brought up this issue before, but it's in relation to if constituents would like to see a particular request for proposal, how the grant is written, what we've asked. They have to register through, that's what I call it, is register, and I guess get assigned a number or something to be able to look at it. I think that's a lot of hoops to jump, and I'm hoping that we can solve that by allowing for any of us to be able to look on our website what requests for proposals are out, what the grant looks like, without having to get an IPRA request. And so I've had several people ask me about the police auditor's RFP. I know that we've kind of hit some roadblocks with that. It sort of has laid on particular departments to reassess and change that up. And so I'd like a little more direction in regards to when that. So two things. I would like for it to be easier for folks to be able to view it on our website without having to get a request. And secondly, I'd like to know the status of that particular police auditor RFP. Mayor, I am in agreement to meeting quarterly with our city manager. I think that would be really helpful. We don't, as a whole, we don't meet with him, but twice a year, and that quarterly would, I think, reports and be able to share information would be helpful with one another. Yeah, I'm glad you brought up the food vouchers, Mayor. I have come across a few restaurants that had not wanted to partake in the process. I wasn't completely aware of why. I think I don't know that I've heard of people presenting 10 vouchers, right, to 15 or 30 vouchers to
over the week.
Over the week.
Yeah.
Sure. And I think if the banks could help us, that would be a great thing. I think I'm okay with that. If it's within our purview to do so, I think that would be an excellent way to get money in their hands right away. And wait for whatever, so Mayor, would you say that, so then what happens? This line of credit would go to them, and then the city or FYI would send the check or whatever to the bank?
Oh, no. It's just basically asking, or, that you all didn't have a problem with me working with EFO, who would then in turn work with communications office. So imagine a press release that goes out saying, Ken's looking to asking any banks who are willing to work with our local businesses, restaurants in particular, but local businesses in providing lines of credit. There may be business owners who aren't even aware that the lines of credit exist. And so we're out of it. We have nothing to do with it. The city has nothing to do with it other than I'm just asking. And then, so let's say 3 or 4 of them, and let's say they go through economic development or whomever EFO chooses. Economic development, let's say they compile a list of 3 or 4 banks, and then we can use that to have these restaurant owners who are a little hesitant in utilizing our vouchers and hooking them up with those banks. All I'm trying to say is we're trying to be fair to any bank that's out there that may be listening or see or watches or reads about the press release.
Got it, Mayor. Thank you for that. I've had a busy couple of week. I attended a couple of conferences, a webinar specific to evictions and housing and how our communities, municipalities, and counties are addressing, housing evictions specifically. And one of the things that they offered was developing an eviction board or committee and it comprised of not only folks who are providing affordable housing, but Section 8, low income housing, judges, maybe someone from the county, the city, just to really address what they are, what they're thinking is going to be an onslaught of evictions. And so I'm pretty concerned about the evictions that after the January date, because there was a moratorium. I don't know that they'll do another one. But I found it really interesting, Mayor. There were a few mayors and other nonprofits and whatnot. So I'd really like for the city to consider that. Maybe it's something that our Economic Recovery Board can look at. But I'm really concerned about not only the evictions, but the lack of housing already. You hear from a lot of our folks who are providing these rapid rehousing vouchers or the vouchers that they're just not enough of these, of housing opportunities, not enough stock. And so I really feel not only, and maybe this is something for a Housing Policy Review Committee really to address, right? We have quite a few different people that are participating, but I really would like to see Natalie in community development really continue to provide the guidance and information to folks related to where they can go, where is the housing stock, what kind, and that's something that I understand is missing per se in our community. It used to be a certain organization that used to do this specifically. It no longer exists. So there is sort of some tools, a toolkit, and I'm happy to share that with others. But I again wanted to make note of that. I've been sitting on a particular committee with Representative Rubio and Romero, who is submitting a housing bill to really re-examine sort of the pitfalls with tenants and landlords, housing stock, those kinds of things. There's some, I haven't looked at the bill. I just got an email. I think it's House Bill 111 that will be looking at the possibility of developing a housing council it'll be maybe allocating an already vacant position from the governor's office to address these issues. I think one of the pitfalls I think that we're seeing is there's no specific entity addressing this all the time. Of course, we have Mortgage Finance Authority that does phenomenal work. But I have often have felt like we get slighted quite a bit on the South in regards to that. So I wanted to share that. And then I was at our court improvement. Because of my work with CYFD Protective Services in the child welfare environment, I attend a conference every year, or try to. It's the CLI training that we get. It's court helping improve our child welfare system. And so there was a lot of discussion around race and equity, how our system, how we rate in that. And we had some great conversations. It's always a fabulous conference to talk about poverty, how social determinants of health affect children and families, and our poverty rate. So I've come up with some really great ideas. So everybody just hold on. I'm gonna, and I know Councilor Bencomo and I have been talking a lot about race and equity, and she mentioned it earlier about, and actually Councilor Vasquez today, related to the cannabis bill, right? Just criminalizing that behavior, what it's done, it sort of has criminalized more so that behavior for brown and Black families, or children and families. And so I know that Councilor Bencomo and I have talked a lot about equity, like looking through things through a race and equity lens, and when we're developing policy, having that rate equity sort of lens as we're doing that. There's a lot of great platforms, or like check sort of, I don't know what I'm trying to say, but there's some techniques or tools that you can use as you're moving through developing policy to ensure that there aren't unintended consequences as we're making policy, and especially around our P&Zs, right? Our planning and zoning. Those are things that I'm really, really concerned about. So with that, Mayor, that's it. I don't have much more to say. I appreciate today's meeting. It was a good meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Gandara. It was a very good meeting. I'd like to just say a few things, or in reference to, I should say. Let me just start all over again. In reference to the January 6, 2021 incident at the U.S. Capitol, there were two articles, pieces as they're called, in the Las Cruces Sun-News the following Sunday. One was by Randy Lynch, and the other was by Algernon Damasa. And generally, articles by either one of those gentlemen, Damasa seems to be, in my opinion, very objective, very analytical, as is Mr. Lynch. But Mr. Lynch has more of a political bend to it, or bent to it. But what was interesting about both of these pieces is that they looked at everything analytically, and neither article was appreciative of the actions taken by some on January 6th. The beauty of both articles was, and the analysis and the insight, was that they were looking at behaviors that are not really conducive to having a country that is, in my words, us and not them. So it's an us and them type society or country. And what Mr. Damasa he made reference to an author by the name of Ezra Klein, and how he's looked at things. And Ezra Klein is a columnist for the New York Times. He's also written a book called Why We Are Polarized. And I read the book, and it's absolutely fascinating how he looks at why we are so polarized, why we are polarized. And when you look at that, you think, what are the factors? And yes, we can all talk about different things very anecdotally, but what he does is different factors very anecdotally. But what Ezra Klein does is he looks at it historically, and he touches a little on Reconstruction and the inequities and all that sort of stuff, but he really goes into where our mentalities are and how that has really caused a big rift. And in how we function as a country, as a political entity. And it isn't so much that he's pro one party or pro another party or pro a certain economic base or economic system or another. What he does is he looks into the hows and whys as to where we are in our U.S. history and how the parties have shifted, the parties have changed, mentalities have changed, but what it boils down to is that it's almost like playing, and he does go into how we're a football team, or we're for a certain football team, and we go into it with that mentality. And if we're not rooting for, say, the Aggies, then we're going to be rooting for another team, and you're either on this team or that team. And instead of making decisions based on what we truly believe to be of value, we are just going with that herd mentality. He doesn't use herd mentality, I'm using it. But anyway, I just wanted to share that, and I really want to thank Mr. Lynch and Mr. Damasa, because their words were, I think, very well, the writers, so they're very well chosen, and they weren't looking at adding fuel to the flames. They weren't looking at saying this person's wrong, that person's right. There was no feeling of the Democrats against the Republicans or the this against the that. And so I just want to say thank you, because we should be looking at healing. We shouldn't be looking at what not further, in my words, add insult to injury by furthering that chasm. And I also want to thank Kat Sanchez for a letter to the editor that she wrote about a woman that she agreed with based on her statement. And I can't remember the woman's name, but a woman said that she wasn't going to have somebody stick a Q-tip, a swab to take, some whatever to test whether she had COVID. And that woman said that she wasn't going to allow anybody to tamper with her body that way, to pretty much tell her what to do with her body. And Kat Sanchez said that she found herself, this person was, I guess, diametrically opposed to her politics, but that she never thought she'd find herself agreeing with her. But what she did from that, she abstracted from that and said that the same goes for a woman's right to have control or make decisions over her own body. And of course, that's, she addressed the Roe v. Wade, because Roe v. Wade was definitely based on a decision that was anchored in pretty much a right to privacy. So it wasn't an abortion issue, or that's what prompted the case, but the decision really rested on a person's right or a woman's right, and that's to be in control of her own body. So I just want to thank people who are trying to cast light on areas of difficulty we have in our society, in our country. And I think I would just like to add that we should just stay away from making decisions, political decisions that, yes, they do concern our lives without a doubt. But the minute you throw in some partisan lingo in there, that's really adding fuels to the flame. And what I loved about Algernon, his piece, was that he said, pretty much we'll teach our children well. And again, that goes to education, that goes to how our funding really has to go to educate our children and just make this a civilized country. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, my dear colleagues. Very good meeting. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Councilor Flores. Councilor Sorg?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a few quick things. The quarterly meeting with the city manager is a good idea. I support that. I'm concerned about our COVID-19 pandemic and the vaccinating of the people here. And I think we need to have a meeting with the Department of Health to kind of talk over what is going on concerning the vaccines as well as registration for vaccinations. I would like to encourage us to have a co-meeting with the Department of Health. And then third thing is the Pledge of Allegiance that we started out today with. I was standing up and I couldn't reach the mute button to unmute myself. But what I said to without you hearing me, was that for the mayor and council, I was making a pledge of allegiance to our flag and to the Constitution and not to any person whatsoever. I think that's important in these times. And that leads me into the resolution that's being proposed for the council having to do with Trump and our representative, Yvette Harold, and the election that we had last November. I got a quick story to tell you. When I was in Ghana in the Peace Corps, I lived through a coup. They had a military coup that took over the government. And after that, there was quite a few changes. But nobody died in this coup, as I can recall. It was totally bloodless, if you will. Much different than what happened in our city's capital here 2 weeks ago. So this is very concerning to me, as it should be for every American. This is something that's extremely serious, probably more serious than anything that's happened in the past to our government. So I'm all for a resolution that calls this out and we take care of it. And so, Mr. Mayor, I am finished, and I might say one last thing. I may have to leave soon because I have my car in the shop and I got to go get it before they close. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thanks. Good luck. Don't speed. Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Sorg, and all my colleagues and staff for a great meeting. I'll start off with some good stuff first. I really wanted to thank the Public Works staff, David and Tony and everyone we met last week, 2 weeks ago. I don't even remember at this point, but Councilor Beta-Stubbe and I went on a Public Works tour. And I just love the behind the scenes stuff. And I post on my Instagram and people love it. People love the utilities behind the scenes tour. People love the Public Works tour. And so I just really wanted to tell staff thank you for taking us on that tour. I also really wanted to thank the NAACP for having me on at their celebratory, what is usually a breakfast on behalf of Martin Luther King Jr. Yesterday they had a Zoom meeting and they invited me to be part of a panel, pretty incredible panel of people from across the state, including our new DA, Gerald Byers, and Senator Harold Pope. And so I was very, very happy to be there, and the mayor being there to read the proclamation, and Commissioner Sanchez. And so it was honestly a really wonderful event. It felt really important and it felt really different than other years, celebrating his legacy. And so I was really thankful. And in fact, they have invited the mayor and I back for a panel during Black History Month in February in KRWG. So I'm really looking forward to that and really appreciate their invitation. Last week at our utilities board meeting, I just want to share this because we all need a bit of good light news sometimes. The utilities department hosted a contest with elementary school kids to name the new sewer truck. And a bunch of schools submitted some names, and I see the mayor laughing already. And they were really cute, honestly. And let me see, let me pull up my email. I totally lost the name, but we voted on the board voted on the final name, and we selected someone from Hillrise Elementary School who submitted the name Rubble, which stands for Respectable Underground Brain Bot That Loves the Environment. And so that one, the utilities board picked Rubble as the name for the new sewer truck, and I just thought it was really amazing. So give it up to Hillrise, who I understand has won this contest multiple times. So they're producing some pretty creative kids over there. On the not so lighter side, the MPO voted on a resolution to really bring more attention to the issue of pedestrian fatalities and injuries. The MPO sent a resolution to all three of the institutions, so Mesilla, the county, and then of course that'll be coming to the Las Cruces City Council. And even in our meeting today, we got a notice from police department on 2 pedestrian injuries. So this issue is pretty serious, and we have a pretty serious issue here in the city, and that I think we really have to look at and address. And I know I brought this to our attention before, but I think it's important that we have a work session on this issue and figure out, working with public works staff and others, to figure out how we can make our streets safer for people who walk and bike around town. Lastly, I want to bring a resolution forward for consensus and discussion for a future meeting. I would have hoped that we would voting on it today, just because I think it's timely, but it doesn't matter. I think it's important that we discuss it. And so Christine should have sent that to everybody, but it's really a resolution, and I'll just get to it. I'll be direct about it. It's a resolution condemning Congresswoman Yvette Herald's vote. Her first speech on the House floor as a representative for New Mexico, she voted to disenfranchise voters from Arizona and Pennsylvania. And that's essentially what this vote says. I think, I appreciate Councilor Flores' comments for sure. And even yesterday there at the NAACP meeting, they asked about unity, these calls for unity in our country. However, I believe that unity cannot come without accountability, and it cannot come without a commitment to change and a commitment to acknowledge the wrongdoings of this country. And frankly, what happened on January 6th, I'm sitting in my living room, frankly, glad I'm working from home. I'm sitting in my living room watching this insurrection happen that frankly was a white supremacist backlash to the vote, to the work of Black, Brown, Indigenous people from across this country who turned out to vote in record numbers in the November election. And a vote to disenfranchise them was a vote against Black, Brown, and Indigenous voters. And I was really embarrassed and ashamed that our New Mexico representative was one of the 100 and some folks that went and did that after the Capitol was stormed, and still stood behind one person who lied about the election. And so that's why I want to bring this resolution. I'm proud to say that Commissioner Harry Brown in Grant County brought one as well, and they passed one recently, 4-1 vote. And so I obviously it's with a heavy heart that I bring this to council, but I think it's an important discussion. And again, I think it's a matter of accountability for elected officials, much like ourselves. So I'll stop there, Mayor. I haven't done this before in the year I've been here, so I don't know how this works, but obviously I almost got in trouble last week. But I'm bringing that for consensus today. Thank you.
Thank you,
Councilor Bencomo, thanks for doing the utilities and the MPO. I meant to do that. Thank you very much for putting that.
No worries. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Bencomo. I know you were just really wanting to put that forth in our work session the other day, and I mentioned to you that Yes, I do have the opportunity to put it on because I had and I explained to you my reasons. But if the council, unless I hear otherwise that they are adamantly about not putting it on the agenda, then we'll put it on the agenda for a vote. Yes, Councilor Flores?
I don't know if you're calling for opposition at this point, but
Well, you're welcome to say something. I wasn't calling for
well,
it.
I feel very strongly against it. And the reason isn't so much that I disagree with the substance, but I do not think that I truly believe in what I said, that we shouldn't do anything to fan the flames. I think that whatever that representative did, she did on her own. She didn't prevail, but I just don't think that we should do this. And I think that it really comes down to partisanship, and we are a nonpartisan council, and frankly, it's just too incendiary. And besides being incendiary, it just gives that person, that representative, a lot of recognition, and we just don't need more. We just don't need more rhetoric, and we just don't need to fan the flames, and we just don't need to bring more attention to everything that divides us. If it was something that was more conciliatory, I could appreciate that, but I just can't on a moral grounds support something like that. With all due respect to Councilor Bencomo. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, no, thank you, Councilor Flores. We appreciate your comments. Okay, so looks like I guess we'll probably be putting it on for the agenda. And I told you, Councilor Bencomo, I won't be supporting it either, much like the same reasons Councilor Flores. Okay, Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to my colleagues. Thank you for a productive meeting today. It's also the start of the legislative session at the state, so timely for us to be discussing some state policy. And I think we've all seen some of the governor's initiatives and what she would like to invest in this year. I think all great initiatives. And in fact, I think her budget is proposed to be a little bit larger than last year's. And so that's surprising, right, during a time of economic downturn and COVID, but there's some really much needed investments, including additional investments for COVID relief, which is great. So I'm looking forward to seeing how our new state leaders and our existing state leaders vote and represent us in Santa Fe. A couple of updates here. One is from the Mesilla Valley Metropolitan Planning Organization's Policy Committee, which will, I believe, soon be called the Policy Board. But thank you, Councilor Sorg, for nominating me as the chair of that organization. We were going to nominate Councilor Bencomo because she was a few minutes late, but decided not to. We played nice. And so I'm happy to be chair of that committee, the Policy Review Committee moving forward. I'm sorry, just the Policy Committee moving forward with County Commission Chair Manny Sanchez as the vice chair. So thank you to both Gail and Joanna for serving on that with me. I also wanted to bring up a couple of items related to the legislature for consideration. I've asked Chris Dunn to look into these particular legislative efforts that I would like some resolutions to come before council to vote in support of these particular initiatives or opposed. And so similarly, would love to get consensus from the council to just hear resolutions in support of these three initiatives. One is a paid sick leave. So a statewide paid sick leave bill that's being introduced by Representative Rubio, a working families tax credit bill, and a low-income comprehensive tax rebate, or the LICTR bill. And so I'd like to have perhaps Chris Dunn come back at a future meeting and present those 3 legislative efforts in consideration for the council to support and send to our respective legislators as they are discussing these bills in the session. If that sounds okay to folks, I just would love to get those 3 items on the agenda, Mayor. Another piece here.
Councilor,
Yes, ma'am.
I really would like to see those first. I mean, just to be more of a blanket like that. I mean, especially in today's times with the financial difficulties that businesses are having, to add one more situation on them. You know, I would prefer to see that first, and I don't know about the rest of the council, but that's something there. In fact, just like Councilor Bencomo, how she presented that, and at least we got a chance to read it and have comment on it.
Sure, thank you, Mayor. Well, I was hoping that Chris could present an analysis of all 3 of those bills at the council meeting, and then we could have the option to support or oppose.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant to go right to put it on the agenda. I mean, if you want to, I'm sure if you work with EFO and they can come up, because that's who directs Chris, but I think it'd be a little advice for you to have Chris do it. I think go through EFO and have him present, do the things that you need, and then come bring it back for us to take a look at, if that's what you mean. And then probably present the council comments. I would prefer it be that way there, just so we remain constant and consistent, like Councilor Bencomo, just something. It sounded like she probably did that resolution on her own. I don't know if Chris did it or not, but that's how we've kind of done it in the past. The council brings something that's wants to be read, and if the consensus is there, okay, let's move it forward. And whether we have to have a workshop on it or just bring it up to a vote. If council wants to go right to a vote after, instead of no work session on it, okay, we're a democracy. The majority of them wants to say, hey, let's just go put it to a vote, and then it'll go on the next council meeting for a vote.
Thank you, Mayor. I did send both EFO and Chris a request to begin to look at those bills for presentation to the council in some form of another. So I did want to make sure that they presented this option. I guess, I don't know if there's still time for us to get these items on our next work session, because of the tricky part here is the timeliness of getting these passed in the time when the legislature is going to be discussing it. So being able to get this information to the full body of council, perhaps if that can be done by email before those items are scheduled, perhaps that's an option. Or if you'd like me to present more information at a future council meeting during.
Yeah, if you could at a future council meeting would be really good.
Okay. All right, I can do that. Thank you, Mayor. So I'll go ahead and do that at our next regularly scheduled council meeting. Also, just wanted to let folks know the South Central Solid Waste Authority will be meeting on Thursday, and this is the meeting in which the chairmanship turns over. And so, as you know, for that particular committee or board, the county and city alternate between chairman or chairwomen. And I think I was speaking with I was speaking with Director Peck there, and he mentioned that I don't think there's ever once the mayor's never been the chair of that committee. And so I just suggested to him it'd be great to have
No, we're good. I was one of the founders of this. I was the chair. I was a chairman. It was an interesting time in 1993. I was the only one back then I was with the county. I was the only one that the city trusted, believe it or not. I mean, it was that bad. And Reuben Smith recommended, and John Haltom, that I be the chairman. So I was. So you tell Patrick Peck, 1993.
All right.
25 years ago, 27 years ago. Really good. I would prefer that, and this is, I try to stay consistent in any board I'm on, that you and all my other colleagues have a chance to and rotate the chairmanships there. Really, it's good experience, and you guys are doing a phenomenal job in every committee that I've been part of, and you guys have have run it, and so I enjoy watching you all, run the meetings and conduct them. And so I'm good, really. We're fine.
All right, Mayor. Well, thank you. I appreciate it, but I'll just put that in forth for other members of the of the authority to consider. One of the big issues with SCSWA this year is again going to be recycling, and what we continue, the challenges we continue to face with the contractor that we use for recycling, which is a private contractor from El Paso, and a desire to create a business plan to run recycling right out of the city rather than have to contract out services, but that would involve building some infrastructure, a MRF, I believe is what they call it. And, it continues to be a challenge. And so we'll figure it out, but it's going to be substantial amount of work, I think, for us to figure that out, because the recycling industry right now, it just continues to be really tough, not profitable. And so anyhow, so there's that. A couple other quick updates here. We do have our second Solano/El Paseo corridor meeting on Thursday as well. And so we're engaging in a series of 6 meetings. We had a great first meeting in which we outlined the boundary for this corridor project, and looked at a map and had some great questions from participants, as well as feedback and input. And our plan, again, at the end of the 6 months, is to bring some recommendations before various policy review committees for actionable items that can come to council to kickstart the revitalization of both of these areas. And some will be different than others because we do have an El Paseo blueprint that guides some of those potential changes in the El Paseo corridor in particular. And for Solano and the area that we decided we wanted to work on, which is now almost, I think, expanded all the way up to Trevis, going west. And perhaps those changes for that area will be more zoning related changes rather than like the capital infrastructure projects that are perhaps have been recommended by the blueprint. So that's really exciting. Thank you for all the members of that committee for participating. And then 2 more things here. One is, so I just became a tío. I'm an uncle to my brother and his girlfriend in Mexico, and Sonora had a baby late last night. Her name is Sophia. She's adorable, looks just like my brother, unfortunately. Just kidding. But she came out with tons of hair and she's just beautiful. But my plan is to go see them this weekend. And so I will be driving down into Sonora with enough gas not to have to stop anywhere, and probably still socially distance while I get there. But I might have to leave our strategic planning retreat a little bit early once I cross over. So I just wanted to advise folks of that, and I apologize for not being able to be there for the full meeting. And then lastly, I just want to voice my support for Councilor Bencomo's resolution. I do support it coming before the council. I think you may have seen the piece I wrote in the Las Cruces Sun News, but I was just also just very disappointed, and also believe that accountability is, if we were to pass this or we were to vote on this, it just sends a strong message to our elected leaders, right, who we vote for, the same way that, folks are free to run recall campaigns against us. They're free to write whatever they want in the newspaper. I'm a citizen too, and I also have, my First Amendment rights are important. And I think as a body, this is something that I think it would be important for us to stand up against. The type of division that this has already sowed nationally is incredible, and the type of violence that I continue to see, even in new videos that came out at the Capitol, with officers being pinned in between doors, with officers being hit with American flags being taken down, replaced with Trump flags. I mean, the fact that legislators still took the time to add those flames to that fire, or the fire to the flames, or whatever it might be, to me is just a little bit unconscionable. It's beyond what I can stay silent about. And so just want to say that I do support that coming forth, council, but that's my vote. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Beta-Stubbe.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to thank David Cedillo and Tony Trevino from Public Works for taking us on the tour. it's very fascinating, all the intricate parts, I want to say, of public works, utilities. They've been some of my favorites, and we're scheduled to do Parks and Rec in the next 2 weeks. And so it's been fascinating learning all those different areas, traffic control. And so we have really passionate staff, very knowledgeable staff. And so I just want to say thank you to everyone who took their time out of a very busy schedule. Everybody has so much that they're doing to make sure that we understood those different departments. I really appreciate it. So for board updates for MIRVDA, they also had a change in leadership. Our very own Eric Enriquez will now be chair, and Sheriff Stewart will now be vice chair. We had a community school boards meeting as well last week. We continue to work on our strategic planning, and right now we're now focusing on the implementation of those plans, getting accurate times down and looking at those next steps so that we're actually fulfilling those plans and they're not just sitting on the shelf. And so we can look to the future for that. We had an oversight committee meeting, and we reviewed internal processes and procedures, and are starting to look at different policies as well that we will do. There was a subcommittee meeting for our juvenile justice continuum. This is just to make sure that we are all connecting in smaller groups to see what is going on with youth in our respective areas. There has been a lot of hardship for the youth, and they are starting to have, and I think mental health is always an issue for especially at-risk groups. And during this time with COVID, it's very hard for a lot of different families. And so looking at ways that we can engage proactively, not only with the identified at-risk populations, but what could we possibly do to help prevent others from having more issues. We are looking at our vaccination task force. Our city staff, Mr. Enriquez, is also going to be assisting me. We'll be having our first meeting within our health PRC. Still working out some of the details there, but since most of the people that are going to be joining us are from the health PRC2 or in a very similar area, it seemed like a good merger. But the work isn't stopping because we haven't met. As you can see, they have had a lot of community vaccination clinics, and they did have one at the convention center as well last week. And so there are different policies going on, and we're going to be focusing a lot on that community engagement process, messaging, and making sure that the community knows the safety, the risks, how to get a vaccine sign up, and then making sure that we're pairing with the DOH as well and giving them any assistance they may need so that we can distribute as many vaccines here in our community. And so I want to thank also, I know that our firefighters, I believe, have also signed up to help with giving out vaccinations, and we're partnering with other communities too so that we can add to those resources. And so after we have that meeting, I'll have more updates for you as well. And with that, also, I am in support of Councilor Bencomo's resolution. The act of voting and the electoral process, I do find to be very sacred and actually nonpartisan, and it should be. And that also of the judicial review process. It should be nonpartisan. And it's with unfounded merit that our Congresswoman continue to perpetuate claims of election fraud. And that does disenfranchise our New Mexican voters. And I do believe it undermines the electoral process. And so I am in support of seeing this resolution come before council. And with Martin Luther King Day, just the other day, I think there's been a lot of reflection over what the last year has brought. And as we've heard before, there's been a lot of calls for unity as a nation, which I think is necessary. But unity does start with the acknowledgement of past transgressions and accountability for those actions. Our history as a nation is very complex, and oftentimes it can be very disturbing or even shameful in parts. We have heard from marginalized communities, and they've been speaking out, I think, with increased frustrations over the last year about continued systemic problems. And in turn, we are seeing an uptick of actions by white supremacy groups, dangerous rhetoric and actions that have steadily grown over the last 4 years and with the Trump administration. And inspired by the direct words of the president, it's groups like the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, 3%ers, Cowboys for Trump, and self-appointed state militias that have taken it upon themselves to act against the citizens of this country and perpetuate actions of violence and hate. But I do believe that we can move forward. But we have to acknowledge those transgressions. And then we have to work together. So I do encourage our Congresswoman and others to talk to us as council members, for our community to talk to us so that we can unite and we can take a hard look at those things and move together. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councilor. Okay, before I turn it over to our city manager for his report, I just want to say a couple of congratulations. First is I just got a text from Senator Jeff Steinborn that he got on the very coveted Senate Finance Committee, so congratulations to him. And then I saved the best for last, and I hope I don't embarrass her, but I want her to kind of share with us a little bit about her award that she won, and that's Mayor Pro Tem Gantara. You were presented with a really great award, and can you kind of share that with us, please?
Thanks, Mayor. Yes, it is an award that's given yearly to folks. This particular award was a public servant award based on improving the child welfare system. I honestly don't know who nominated me, but I have a good idea who that might be. And it was awarded to me on Friday virtually. And yeah, I'm honored. I was honored because it feels like it's been my life's work. I have so much passion for the child welfare system and all its parts. And I worked a good amount of time, 17 and a half years, with 10 years at the Department of Health, trying to improve that system. So I was honored that they nominated me. They nominated me last year as well, but I didn't get the award. And so this year, I guess they felt it necessary to give it to me. So thank you, Mayor, for recognizing.
No. I mean, I haven't worked with that many throughout my years from CYFD and in your former department, but I can tell you, I've never met anyone more passionate than you. You are head and shoulders. You've set the gold standard on wanting to just take care of children. So thanks for all that you do.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, and educating me a great deal. So, I mean, I had great parents. I had great parents growing up. Don't get me wrong, but I mean, the things that you've taught me are wow. You know, the challenges of today's kids.
Thank you, Mayor. There's still a lot of work to be done. So I always look to my colleagues and you all to ensure that we make, that we develop the right policies moving forward. And again, I've always said this, I'm really proud of this council and the way we've responded to COVID and continue to respond to children and families. Although sometimes it's a slow process, we're making real strides, and I really look forward to the strategic planning event because I think a lot of the questions that were posed to us in terms of priorities like combating poverty and looking at the social determinants of health which I think is going to I mean, I don't know of many municipalities that are doing this. And so I'm really proud of the work that we continue to do and looking forward to the next few years. So thanks, Mayor.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any, and a lot of it is because of you and your education. You and Councilor Bencomo, you guys really know what's out there. I mean, you just do. You share it with us, you educate us, and you convince us, and then Councilor Betas too. But I think you all have that background in social work, and we appreciate that. Okay, so our city manager's report, Mr. Ifo Billy.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Appreciate the opportunity to give a report here. I mentioned last council meeting that I was going to be more organized in how we.
It looks like you're looking for your papers.
Well, I have it spread out here, but I want to kind of go through again, just remind you what I thought would be the best use of this time, and basically 3 categories. Number 1 is this tracking system that we've been working on. When I say we, I mean Jamie. Jamie's been working on, and so that's kind of the cue that I wanted to give to Jamie to see if she can share her screen real quick as I'm kind of explaining this.
Absolutely, sir. Let me get it shared with you. So I'll be right with you.
Thank you. Jamie's done such a wonderful job with this. This is actually it's a lot of work, but I really do feel, this will help us be more efficient. I think as a council, you'll appreciate it. And I'll just have her flash it on the screen, and then we can explain it real quick, and then we can kind of move on. But so this tracking system, basically every action item that members of the council mentioned during council meeting, Jamie's keeping notes, and she's doing that anyway. She's doing that anyway.
Wow.
But putting it into
amazing.
With those items that's requested action items, there's action, there's method of who's going to be assigned to complete that action. And the only way it's taken off is when that action is completed and communicated back. So either back into a council meeting, the next council meeting after. So for example, there's a couple of items I'll report today, and then that will be taken off the list. Some of that communication will be done with our one-on-ones or even in email format, but to make sure that when the council mentions something or gives a request within a council meeting, that we can report back and make sure that things don't fall through the cracks. And again, Jamie does that anyway. She's putting together this tracking system for us so that I can report back. And so I don't know, Jamie, do you have anything to say about that?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor and councilors. It's great to be with you again. I just want to bring your attention to to one thing in particular. And when Ivo mentioned me in this, it's all of us participating in this process. So it's real teamwork, and when we're happy to support this effort. So a lot of times in the council meetings, as you know, you have questions that may or may not relate to the item that's being presented, or maybe it does in a peripheral way, but there's a question there that it might get lost in the discussion or something happens. So the example that I want to show that was really good, I think, for me, is the very first one. So during that discussion of the strategic planning structure, Mayor Pro Tem brought, what about the dashboard status? And so, we hadn't gotten back to anybody about the dashboard status for a while. At least in my knowledge, we hadn't circled around and closed that communication loop. So that was one of the things that we put on the list. And so in that research, here we have Barbara is the lead person on that if you ever have any questions. And then we have where the context of the question was, what the question was, what was the action needed, which is the status of the dashboard and possible implementation date. So the staff assigner, Barbara, and then Amber Vaughn is the peak performance manager. So when we talked to Amber, she anticipates that the go live date for the dashboard is going to be around in April. and that the implementation started July 2020, and they've been uploading the data to start the transparency portal and to be able to generate the reports. Of course, with any technology, it's complicated and convoluted, and so it takes a while to have all of that stuff happen. But so the anticipated date is to go live is April. I didn't put a date here because we're not quite sure exactly what the date's going to be, but as soon as it is, we'll be able to report that back. And this system here that we have, it's not very sophisticated, but the system here gives us a way to track that, to be able to get back to you. Oh yeah, let's report that back now that it is up. And then it also has the secondary effect of being able to promote it to the public, right? To let the public understand what's going on with these things too. So from last time's meeting, we had 11 items. We have a number of items which I don't have processed yet from this meeting, from your comments and everything. So I just want to make sure that you understood that we're listening to you. We're capturing the information and we're trying to find the resolution or the answers to your questions and getting back to you and closing that communications loop. Thank you, Mr. Peely. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie.
Wow, Jamie, that's incredible. Let me tell you what comes to mind. The first thing, two things that come to mind.
Mm-hmm.
First was when I was a city councilor, first elected in 2001. I would ask a question. Not only did the staff not even say anything, of course, none of the staff today, it was back in 2001. Not only did they not even say anything, it just didn't even see the light of day. This is incredible. This is, I don't know what else to say other than I'm speechless. This is, everyone has a voice at the table, and that's the way it should be. And that was why I always told myself, if I ever became mayor, everyone, regardless of what they have to say, I mean, I may not support it, but they have a voice, and that's what this is. And that's incredible. So good job to you, Jamie, and your staff and EFO for moving this forward. Obviously, this was your thinking. The second thing is, I'm really glad that you, when we were hiring you, you said you didn't want any raises. So that's good, man. Because
I don't recall that.
because this is incredible. I mean, this is really great. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
It's everybody's participation in it to make it successful. So
yeah, good.
Thank you, Jamie, and thank you, Mayor. And so every city manager report, I'll be pulling from that tracking system as one of the categories. But one of the things to report back that the peak performance dashboard, as you mentioned, will go live in April. And then another item on that list from last council meeting, I believe it's Councilor Vasquez that asked about getting small contracts for local marketing companies to help us with various programs. Mandy Gus is working on that, and there's an open contract right now for a local graphic design company that we use currently, and she's getting ready to put an RFP together for next fiscal year. So we'll have access to those marketing firms. But there's a bunch of other ones that Jamie has put together there that I'll either communicate if there's something that's specific to your district that you've asked in a council meeting. I may just have it one-on-one or send an email just so that we don't take up all the time here. But it's something that needs to go to the council as a whole. We'll do that there. And so that's going to be one area. Of course, another sort of category is going to remain, COVID is going to be, all things COVID are going to be discussed, like anything that we've missed. And with that, I had a report from Eric about our vaccination schedule with DOH. They're going to be doing vaccinations twice a week from January through March. It's going to be from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. I believe their goal is to be about 600 per event. And so I think it's going to be very effective to be able to do that. On top of that, I know New Mexico State also has, the university also has clinics as well. So just wanted to report that came from. And then we also have the survey results from our staff. The survey was given to staff, 65% answered. regarding whether or not they would be, if given the opportunity to get the vaccination, whether or not they take it. We have about 50% that says that say yes, 19% say no, and then everyone else is in between. So, and could probably be convinced, but that's the statistics coming back, and I think it was pretty good numbers. Like I said, 65%. I think that represents over 900 responses. So we're still working on just policy and processes as internally for staff as these vaccines come through. And then, finally, the third category is just, I'd like to leave that open to brag about staff and departments that send me stuff. I received something from Delilah, just talking about our interns in the utilities department. I think it's pretty interesting, pretty neat, the program that was implemented. 2 interns graduated with their associate's degree in water technology. Both took advantage of the internship program, and they're now employees, city employees. I think it's a wonderful program, whoever came up with that. And then also—
I came up with it. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay.
No, years ago, though, theoretically, I think 20, 25 years ago, the community college had a degree in water management or wastewater management, associate's degree, and they were all just hired on by the city. So I think this is just a great continuation of a program.
Great, wonderful, Mayor. Then the other one was the grants that we have for doctoral students. We have two PhD students that are interning with utilities right now, and it's all being paid for with a grant, no cost to the city through May of this year. So wonderful programs and benefit to the city. So those are the categories that that's what I'll follow from here on out. Jumping back real quick on my notes, Mayor Pro Tem, you asked about the police auditor RFP. So a company has been selected. It's the RFP is in legal for review and should be brought back to council very soon. So for approval, and so it's well underway. And we've met with Viola and talked through this company. I think this is a good one that we've selected, and again, we'll bring it to council for approval.
Thank you for that, Ivo. I appreciate it.
Welcome. That's all I have, Mayor. Of course, I won't have the explanation next time of the tracking, and so hopefully I'll be a little bit more efficient in my use of my time here. But thank you.
No, that was good. You're good. Yeah, you were. It was kind of funny when you said you were working on your organization. It looked like you were looking for something. Okay, so if there's nothing further, entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved, Bencomo.
Second by Flores.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Bencomo, second by Councilor Flores that we adjourn. Christine, will you call the vote, please?
On the motion to adjourn the regular city council meeting, Councilor Beta-Stuvey,
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez,
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo,
Yes.
Councilor Sorg.
Did he go get his car?
He hopped off, huh? Councilor Flores,
Yes.
Councilor Gandara,
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Okay, it's 5:53 p.m., so we are adjourned. So thank you very much, and talk with you all soon. Friday.